Good morning. This is Pat O'Connell calling to order the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission regular open meeting on Thursday, February 22nd. It is 10 a.m. So, Mr. Cameron, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Allison,
Present.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Present.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Present.
All commissioners are present and you have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, we've got a agenda that got posted on Monday morning in front of us. Are there any proposed changes to the agenda?
I have one suggestion to move item A10 from the consent agenda to the regular agenda. It's a rulemaking, and just wanted to move it to the regular agenda to highlight it.
Okay. And then when we get there, I was gonna suggest reshuffling the order on the regular action items to take Alejandro's items first. So if we do make that change, I would say we'll go from item 10 on consent to item 1 on regular. And then move what is currently item 2 on regular up next. But I don't know if that's more of a heads up than an official change. Commissioner Ellison, did you have any?
I don't have any suggested changes here.
Thank you. So I move that we proceed with the agenda that was posted and move consent item A10 from utility consent to regular action utility item 1.
I second.
Commissioner Allison,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
The motion to approve the agenda as amended passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll test our new Zoom volume. Mr. Rodriguez, has anyone registered for public comment in the last 2 minutes?
Mr. Chair, we do not have anyone registered.
Thank you. Is there anyone here wishing to give public comment? Seeing none, we'll move to the next item. Announcements. So Office of General Counsel, do you have any announcements?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Aaron Lecoq with the OGC has a update for the commission.
Great, thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I just have a quick update about the New Mexican, or the Public Regulation Commission versus New Mexican, which is Supreme Court case 39602. Last week, we got an order saying that Justice Thompson recused himself, and the court has designated Judge Tatum to sit as pro tem justice. And then the oral argument was reset from March 15th to March 12th. And then the court also issued an order designating which issues were going to be argued at this case. The commission is not gonna, we are not gonna participate in oral argument, but I will be there in case the court has any questions for us. So just to keep you posted about what's going on. And that's it.
Thank you for that update. Anything else, Mr. Cameron?
No, Mr. Chair.
Then from commissioner's point of view, yeah, I like to announce public hearings that we've got between now and our next public meeting. And I looked at the calendar and apparently there are none. So that's interesting. And then just personal privilege. This is Engineers Week, so great week to recognize the contributions of engineers to society. So for all that observe, congratulations. I would say you could celebrate by going out and buying the ASCE annual bridges calendar, but my professional organization has chosen to discontinue publishing that calendar. So, Commissioner Aguilera, do you have any announcements?
No, I do not.
Commissioner Nelson?
No, thank you.
So, concluding that agenda item, next is approval of prior meeting minutes. We've got 2 minutes in our packet, the regular open meeting for January 25th and special open meeting for January 25th. Are there any comments on those or a motion to approve?
I inserted some edits into the version for the special open meeting on January 25th. Few days ago, just to sort of rephrase what I believe that I said toward the end of the meeting.
Yeah, I think I saw those in there and I just, I also corrected the spelling of WECC, it's W-E-C-C, but so anyway, I think we've got. I'll move to approve the minutes as edited in board effect.
I second.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
The motion to approve the minutes as uploaded in board effects passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Next up is the consent action items. We've got quite a few items on the agenda and just reminder, we've moved item 10 off the consent agenda and on the regular. So I see Mr. Martinez has joined us. He was probably stuck in the same traffic that we all were on I-25. So anyway, commissioners, do you have any comments or discussion on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, I might make a few remarks on item number 7 with the gas company. This seems to be a monthly occurrence, and I think the issue here is that our rule requires the gas company to declare its gas cost factor 15 days prior to the beginning of the month, and it seems to be too early for them to have accurate information about this. And I think we're going to have this item every month unless we consider whether that some change to that rule is merited. So it may make sense to issue a bench request or otherwise have a discussion with New Mexico Gas about what might be done to correct that issue. And on one other matter, number 8, it seems that the complainant has gone down the formal complaint path, which I think does limit our interaction with him to some extent. And I do think in some cases appointing a mediator might make sense. In this case, I think we'll see what the response is to this particular information request order as to whether that might be merited.
Commissioner Aguilera, do you have any comments or discussion?
No further comments.
Yeah, I don't have any further comments either. I'm feeling good because I was at the Lobo game last night, so I'll make my smart aleck remark on item 8. I'm just curious to know how something can be more than 100% accurate. Especially since it's Engineers Week. But so I will move to adopt the potential orders in the consent agenda.
I second.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
The motion to approve the orders in the consent agenda matters passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're at the regular action. We've got 5 items on the utility matters docket. I would ask if you're ready, willing, and able, if you could help us, Mr. Martinez, and we were gonna take the item from the consent agenda first, which is this proposed inquiry and rulemaking pertaining investor-owned reliability metrics.
Sure, and good morning, commissioners. My presentation on that item will be quite brief. That was something that was handled by Mr. Lundin on the OGC side, who's unavailable today. But we do have my colleague, Ms. Amer, and Commissioner Ellison, who are available to answer any questions or discussion on that item.
Regular, did you have something you wanted to lead with on that?
No, not really. This is the item on the reporting metrics, and my point in moving it is kind of as a general matter, having notice of proposed rulemakings on the regular agenda, just to make sure that they are receive additional emphasis. And so today, the item that we have before us is the NOPR. And just sort of as a reminder, there were a few workshops that were held on this item. And then there was some information that was requested of the utilities, and sort of a I don't know that it's called like a notice of intent, but the step before the NOPR. And so the commission issued some information there for the utilities to react to with respect to what types of reporting metrics need to be provided. And so we had a discussion about that last week. And now we have the NOPR in front of us. And so I just wanted to highlight that, and thank you to everybody who has worked on these, and especially to Commissioner Ellison, who really put us in a really good spot. I think in terms of having close to final product as possible. We'll be expecting comments from stakeholders and utilities, and I don't remember exactly when those are due. Does anybody remember that?
April 26th.
April 26th. So thank you.
Commissioner Ellison, you got anything to add?
Yes, I'd just like to follow up on that and state that after our discussion 2 weeks ago on this item, that there were no substantive changes other than the ones we discussed. We on the objective in the rulemaking, we shortened it to just state that the intention here is to require utilities to report on reliability metrics. And then on the reporting requirement, language was added in 589.8A that the report shall contain an affidavit with an attestation made by the employee of the utility that has prepared the reports. To my knowledge, those were the only 2 substantive changes that were made since our last discussion. The others were just really the formatting And so the order has set forth a timetable for the process going forward.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that. I agree with the sentiments expressed by Commissioner Aguilera. So I guess we can have a low drum, a vote here. Do you want to move with your rulemaking?
I move that we adopt this order on a notice of proposed rulemaking.
A second. Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
The motion to adopt the order issuing the notice of proposed rulemaking in this docket passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Okay, so next up is P&M's approval for its transportation electrification program. I'm expecting that we want to have some discussion on that, and I also know that the RD takes quite a few individual plan elements and addresses them one by one. So I propose that we do this just by starting with presentation from Mr. Martinez, and then I'm planning to make a motion just to adopt the final order, and then we can work through elements of that one by one and have, if somebody wants to revise the final order or adopt something different, you'll have opportunity to make a motion element by element, and then hopefully by the end of it, we'll have voted on all these individual pieces. Mr. Martinez will have clear just instructions on how to draft up the final order. And so then we'll see where we're at that point. So anyway, that's my idea. So without any objections, we'll just start with you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you mentioned, this, what's before you today is the 2024 to 2026 Transportation Electrification Program or Plan from PNM. What the commission has before it today is the hearing examiner's recommended decision that approves the application with modifications and approves related rates and riders. And I understand the commission is going to want to discuss some of the discrete programs individually. So to frame the conversation, what I thought I'd do is give a brief overview of the statutes and some of the orders under consideration. So in general, the TP statute is structured in 5 parts. It addresses application timing, what utilities may include in these applications, what the commission must consider when it reviews the applications, cost recovery, and there's a definition section. On that middle point, the what the commission must consider point, the legislature has provided the commission mandatory criteria that it, quote, shall consider when it reviews these applications. What that criteria suggests is that the commission is not required to approve any application simply because it may increase transportation electrification. Instead, the commission must apply its expertise and discretion to determine whether the proposed programs are appropriate. So that's the general overview of the statute. What is before you currently today are 2 orders. One order adopts the recommended decision in full as the final order of the commission. The second order largely adopts the recommended decision, but it eliminates some proposed programs and reduces the budget for certain categories. I'm happy to answer any questions during the commission's deliberations, but I understand as the chair said that you may want to discuss individual programs.
Any questions for Mr. Martinez at this point? Okay, so then I'll go ahead and follow my plan here and move for adoption of a final order adopting the recommended decision in this case.
May I suggest that be a motion to adopt as amended?
Well, we don't have any amendments yet, so, but I was trying to structure this so that I'm using the pattern I've learned at SPP is you get a proposed motion before the meeting, so you move for that motion and then have discussion and suggest amendments to the motion. So I think by the time we get to vote, we'll be at a amended order. So if we're all new at this, so that's what I'm talking about. If you prefer the motion be move for adoption of the final order, recommend adopting the RD if as amended, then I'm happy with that too. Okay, because it could be we'll have 0 amendments.
I second.
All right, thank you. Okay, so before we vote, then we're in discussion, right? And so discussion items, I would propose that I would like to talk about the section of the RD that talks about the administrative costs and there's 2 categories of the budget that is escaping me right now. The administration in general portion of the budget and the customer outreach portion of the budget. To me, those 2 are linked. So anyway, I would propose that we talk about that and suggest that we talk about that first. If either of you have another item you want to talk about before that, we can entertain a different order. But
That's fine.
all right, so seeing no dissent, I think we'll proceed with that. I'll just start off, and then I know Commissioner Ellison, you worked on an alternative order that addresses this topic in detail. So I'll just, because I opened the can of olives, describe the first one and then turn it over to you. Just broadly, you know, when we look at the law and the rule, we're supposed to review these applications for reasonableness. What I found in looking at the record is 2 very large pots of money without any details around how that money is allocated in the budgeting process. And so my fundamental issue with that in terms of being reasonable is how is there any accountability here? I fear that just the incentive structure of, you know, please file these plans, you know, suggest a budget and then spend the money and the money goes directly into a rider means there isn't an incentive for the company to make sure that that money is spent prudently. We don't have anything to compare what they actually spend versus what they said they were going to spend. So that's why I think this is worth some conversation now. And then if it's okay with you, Commissioner Aguilera, I was just going to turn it over to Commissioner Ellison to take it away from there.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few higher level comments in the proceedings on this transportation electrification program. Unfortunately, staff was the only active consumer advocate. The Office of the Attorney General did not participate in this case. And, you know, to me, that's a concern, the level of advocacy that consumers had. I think staff did a good job here, but they were the lone voice in the room, unfortunately, on the consumer advocacy side. This program is essentially a tax on all ratepayers, and I do think it's incumbent on us to ensure that the program is efficient, that those ratepayer dollars are used efficiently and appropriately. My overarching concern here is that when you look at the administrative budget, it's at, at $10 million. It's at 27% of the overall program budget. And if you add in, there's another 500,000 under market transformations for administrative costs. We're at 28.5% of the overall budget on program administration. And if we add to that the 10.5% of the budget that is allocated for marketing and education and consumer outreach, we're at 39% of the budget. So, we might as well call that 40% of the budget is really going towards, quite frankly, overhead and talking about transportation electrification, and only 60% is going to actually doing something about it. And, my feeling here is that there should be less talk and more action, fewer ads and administrative costs, and more infrastructure in the ground. So that's sort of my overall assessment of this program. If we get down to the administrative budget itself, quite frankly, I didn't see a lot of justification for the $7.5 million that is being asked for the third party administrative function. There was a discussion in Williamson's rebuttal that was somewhat helpful here, but overall, I didn't feel that the burden of proof was met to justify that level of expenditure. And my recommendation here would be to go with staff's proposed number for reduction. One issue is that I didn't see the work papers of staff with calculations for the reduction amount. I didn't really see the calculations on behalf of the company that justified the $7.5 million in the first place. But staff has testified to a certain level of reduction, 2.8 million. And that is in the record, and parties did have the opportunity to question that. If we look at, there's a useful chart that Mr. Malden of staff provided in his testimony, that table JBM3 that looks at the current program and compares it with the applied for program. And in the current program, administration and general costs are 16% of the budget. They're 27% of the budget in the current case. It's very interesting that the programs themselves, residential and non-residential, essentially double, yet the administration costs more than quadruple. It is very curious. And if you simply apply the same factor as you apply to the residential and the non-residential programs, you'd come up with a budget, an overall administration budget of about $6 million, as opposed to the $10 million that is being requested. So my feeling is that, staff's proposal here, would be less of a cut than that and seems reasonable to me.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Aguilera, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Thank you for that explanation. I think at a high level, those are very good points that resonate with me. You know, I struggle a bit because this is about learning, right? It's an enormous transition. The utility has practices that it needs to develop. Consumers need to be educated, and there are going to be problems initially with it, questions, that will need to be answered by the utility and, from customers in terms of just how it all works. So to some extent, I do see how when you're standing up essentially a new program, it's going to take investment into a higher percentage of investment into non-physical infrastructure. And but that being said, I do recognize what was explained here by Commissioner Ellison and Chair O'Connell, and I'm just trying to think, where we go from here. I guess the proposal is to adopt a reduction of 2.8 million, which is what staff proposed. And sort of along the lines of what was explained earlier in this discussion is, the numbers are not very detailed here, and there's a lot of, and there's some flexibility in terms of how the funds are used. And so I think that that reduction is probably also reasonable.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think you summarized where I'm landing on this very well too, is, in addition to what Commissioner Ellison said, it sounds like we got to a similar spot, that concern that this outreach and A&G budget is overly large without any data or facts to support why the number is what it is. But then I ended up where Commissioner Aguilera just described is what's the best remedy for that. So I'm going to indulge in a little bit of piling on to what Commissioner Ellison said, because I had a different set of observations, and I'm offering these in the spirit of trying to be helpful as people prepare these type of things in the future. And also want to start with, shout out to staff witness Malden. What I saw in the case was that he tried, and he was running up against a company that just was saying, give me a large amount of money and flexibility. So I'm not going to give you the details of how I got to that large amount of money. And then ironically, that shows up in the recommended decision of the hearing examiner saying, well, Mr. Malden didn't give me any itemized reductions. And how could he? He didn't have the items to begin with. So that ends up being kind of circular in the recommended decision. And it starts with company looks like obstinate. Just another observation is, when we get into rate cases, we get faced with arguments that, hey, you need to make my company attractive to outside investors. So I'm coming to this job from a nonprofit organization. So that's something that nonprofits think about is, how do I make myself attractive to potential donors? And so one of the things is there's benchmarks out there for how much of your program should be spent on administrative in general. And generally it's under 20% for a nonprofit. So I'm not saying P&M transportation electrification program should be looked at as a nonprofit. I'm just saying that's a data point that you can think about, that how much am I spending on meeting the law versus how much am I spending on overhead. When you're at 40%, it looks unreasonable. And then same thing, we're going to get a presentation on budget later in this meeting. The state treats us the same way when they're setting the budget, that we've got two budget items. One is for program and the other is for A&G. And from my point of view, they're too aggressive in forcing things into, forcing the A&G bucket as small as possible. So that's the world we're living in. So why is it okay for these transportation electrification programs to be different from that? So that's kind of just big picture observations. And then two items on the budget that I'm just going to pick on because they're big numbers. In customer outreach, there's $2.25 million for TV, social media, radio, and outdoor marketing. That might be the right number, but P&M didn't provide any meat on the bone to say what they're actually going to spend that money for. I also just got done watching the Super Bowl, and every other ad felt like an ad for an EV. So how much of this money is leveraged with other entities that are out there trying to do the same thing? There's a lot of marketing, promotion, advertisement to expand electric transportation. Looks like P&M is just going to create, invent their own wheel. And I go there because it's a big number. P&M didn't provide the facts behind that number, so that leads me to create my own story in my own head, and then have the job of voting whether it's reasonable or not. And so that's just a creation of how this got presented and filed. The other is these third-party administrative support contracts. That again might be exactly the right number. To Commissioner Aguilera's point, we're at an interesting spot on the S curve in development. So now might be the time to lean in on this stuff and spend the money. But with no data on, just kind of, we're going to do it on these activities. There's no link to here's the kind of vendors we expect will provide these services. Here's why I think the contracts are going to add up to a certain amount of money. And frankly, the evidence in the record shows two things. One is about their public participation process, but it also speaks to the lack of rigor behind these budget numbers. Is in the community outreach budget, we had one of the parties in the case using this process to negotiate the budget for their services. So that says to me, P&M didn't know what that service was going to cost before they filed it. It also says to me that the public outreach process failed. There were conversations with folks, but they weren't detailed enough to get to a point where, and we're going to see it when we get into the modifications in the RD, they weren't detailed enough for people to be able to really have an opinion on what P&M was proposing. So, we have a long list of programs that were proposed by P&M, and the recommended decision is, hey, it doesn't make sense that these are two different programs, combine them. So how did you get through a public advisory process without learning that? So again, I just emptying my bucket here to explain, in addition to what Commissioner Ellison said, why I'm concerned with this budget. So next, pivoting to where do we go from here? The best thing we have is staff's recommendation. The alternate order that Mr. Martinez provided us, and I've had conversations with him and Mackley and everybody else I can talk to try to figure out, be creative about what remedies are in this moment. Talked about things like, well, when you get to the rider reset, provide us some more information before we approve your rider reset. Another is just deny the whole thing and start over. I don't like that because I don't think that's within the spirit of the law. And it's also, this is the second iteration of this, so I don't want to kill an existing program that's important and legal. So having explored all these options, I am tending to think that the path that's provided in the alternate order is the best thing I can do because it's based on testimony that's in the record. I'm limited. I feel very limited in how to pull this baby out of the bathwater without sticking to those basic facts. So I don't know. Mr. Martinez or commissioners, if you've got another remedy in mind, I'd love to hear it because I'm kind of at a loss here, but I mean, frankly, the remedy gets you into, well, you know, my other standards of how this would be viewed. Okay, that looks like a good enough number. I'm afraid that maybe the budget should be higher, but we just don't know because P&M didn't provide anything you can believe about why the numbers are what they are.
You know, I just, yeah, I agree with what you've said. The legislature has given us here direction, and I think pretty clear direction. And clearly they want transportation electrification to be a success. When I think about whether $2.8 million from this administrative budget, you know, being removed, and I'm trying to think about, is that going to cause this to not be a success? I don't really think so. I think there is still a lot here that helps meet, without the 2.8 million, that helps meet the goal that the legislature has asked us and the utilities, the industry to meet. And I think, as Commissioner Ellison said earlier, you know, more action and less talk. I think, you know, I sort of took that to mean about more infrastructure, physical infrastructure that's going to charge electric vehicles and put them on the road. You know, so I would be supportive of staff's recommendation here.
Okay, so it feels like we're ready for first motion, so I would move that we modify the recommended decision away from approving the proposed budget and instead approving staff's proposal. Is that a?
And Commissioner, can I ask a clarifying question on that?
Yeah,
point?
please do, and help me craft this motion correctly.
So the language in the alternate order, it both adopts staff's recommendation, which had reductions from P&M's initial proposed budget for administrative costs. In rebuttal testimony, P&M adopted an intervener recommendation to further increase. Oh, excuse me, that's for this is for marketing. So I'll address that on the next point. Apologies, Commissioner.
Well, that's a good point, is there really are two different budget items being approved here, right? The admin and general budget is the $10 million bucket of money.
And there would the motion be to adopt the language from the alternative order?
Yeah, so just for conversation here, we're talking about adopting section 3 from the alternative order, right?
Correct.
And so final paragraph on that is reduction to third-party administrative support obviates need to reduce proposed internal budget of 2.18 million. Results in total combined budget of $6,866,500 for program administration. Okay, so I'll say I'll revise my motion to let's motion to modify the recommended decision by adopting section 3 in the alternative order.
I second.
We have a rule. Well, first of all, any questions? Everybody clear on the motion? Any discussion? Can we vote on this item?
Commissioner Aguilera?
Well, I have a question. I don't think we voted on the motion, the initial motion. So I guess right now we're just voting on whether the order should adopt this section 3 in the alternate order, which includes a reduction in the administrative support. Is that right? Is that correct?
I think what we're doing is, the original motion was to adopt the recommended decision, and now we're amending that original motion, and then we can do the amendments one by one, and then come back around to, the original motion, which would be the RD with whatever amendments you all vote on along the way.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great point. So I should revise the motion. So what I'm revised motion is modify the original motion by adopting section 3 of the alternative order. I think that we'll need a new second because that's a new motion.
I second.
Great question. So any more discussion before we vote? Mr. Cameron.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
So the motion to amend the original motion by adopting section 3 of the alternative order passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so then moving on in the discussion that we're still at is then there's a section 4 of the alternative order that addresses the marketing, education and outreach item. Question for you, Mr. Martinez, and this is just my grasp of the English language. When I read paragraph 40, it says even if reduced PNM's proposed budget for marketing, education and research outreach is more than reasonable. So in my mind, that was an endorsement. So I guess I'd rather say is exceeds reasonable.
I can make that change.
And how is more different than exceeds, I don't know. I'm just telling you. Again, civil engineer here. So. Okay, so then this works, I think, in combination with reducing the admin and general budget. The reduction here would be to of $300,000. And so that gives the combined category total of $3,080,000.
And Commissioner, for purposes of clarification, that you reach that figure by adopting staff's recommendation from the Maldine testimony on proposed reductions to PNM's originally proposed budget, as well as not adopting the increase that PNM proposed to this budget in its rebuttal testimony.
And the increase is for the community outreach, right?
Correct. As an additional $300,000.
Yeah, and then, and maybe that's a great point, raises a discussion item. I still believe that if we're adopting the recommended decision, that affords P and M flexibility within these categories to spend their budget.
That's correct. Our rules do provide a certain degree of budget flexibility, so there is some wiggle room within these categories.
Because I understand the increase to the community outreach budget and why it was proposed and agreed upon. So I just want to say it again to be sure that if we're adopting the roughly 3 million in the alternate order, we're not saying you can't increase the community outreach budget within that total, right?
That's my understanding, but I'd want to look into it further to give you a firm response.
Okay. So that foreshadows why I put you first on the agenda is, one thing I'm expecting will happen is, especially now that this has happened, that we can go ahead and vote, give Mr. Martinez some instructions, and then suspend discussion of this item. Let the rest of the meeting happen, so you've got time to figure that out. And then you can come back later in the meeting and help us with the final. Does that make sense to everybody?
That makes sense, Commissioner, and just depending on the degree of changes that are proposed and adopted, that may determine whether I'll be able to complete it before the end of this meeting.
Yeah. Okay, so that helps me with the motion I want to make is I move to adopt a modification to the motion by adopting section 4 of the alternative order with the understanding that P&M has flexibility within the approved budget amount to increase the spending on community outreach over what was proposed in this case.
I'd like to make just one comment, Mr. Chair, before we vote on that. So, staff's reduction of 865,000 is one I support. Personally, I think I could go even further, and I would be in favor of completely eliminating that traditional marketing line item of $2,250,000, because I do believe the burden of proof rests with the company, and I don't believe any evidence was supplied as to how effective spending that amount of money on TV and radio and other advertisements extolling the virtues of EVs, might actually be. I have a different viewpoint of the in-person events and the community outreach. I could easily see how giving people the opportunity to drive an EV might convince them that this is a pretty good thing. But just preaching to people over TV and radio, I really have some strong doubts as to whether that is a good use of ratepayer money. And I do appreciate your comments about the budget flexibility and the ability to reassign some amounts as being appropriate here. I am willing to go with what staff has said. That's in the record, and that's something I've proposed, but I'm just making the comment that I would be willing to go even further than that.
Yeah, thank you. And then in addition to the value of what you just said, you reminded me of something else I need to point out here too. Why I think flexibility is important is I disagree with staff in eliminating educational scholarships. So you get to that reduction because they're reducing educational scholarships. I think when you go and look at the law and what this is intended to do, plus step back and think about the industry that P&M's in, 300,000 for workforce training seems like some of the best money that gets spent in this whole thing. So I don't want to endorse the recommendation of eliminating educational scholarships. So then we're back to this spot where we're kind of, if we want to stick with what's in the record, that's what's in the record is the 300,000. If we want to do more than that, and I've already shared with you that 2.25 million sticks out like a sore thumb. I've got a different set of reasons than you do. I think marketing and outreach is valuable. My concern is it's perfect recovery of a marketing and outreach budget with no accountability that it gets spent on furthering this program. So that's my problem with it. So I got a different reason than you do, but we both get to the same place that the number unsupported is too big. So anyway, that's where I think we're at. So having said that, I think I need to, I don't think it was seconded, but I'll withdraw my motion because we need to have some more discussion on this marketing, education, and outreach budget. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Commissioner Aguilera, if you've got any observations on what you've heard or your own point of view.
I guess I would say that I'm more comfortable with the way staff proposed it. As I mentioned before, I'm sort of thinking about this as the direction that was given to us from our state's leaders on behalf of the state. And I think that in order to implement this, we need to make sure that we're providing the utility what they need to make it successful. And so I am hesitant to reduce it further than what staff has proposed.
So just to summarize where I think we're at, it's reduction of 300,000 based on staff's testimony, with the caveat that that doesn't eliminate educational scholarships or allow them to spend more on community outreach. And then the next question is, should the cut be deeper than that? So don't have a great idea on how to move forward or answer those two questions.
Just as a point of clarification, Mr. Chair, so the reduction proposed by staff's testimony, I think that would be closer to
165,000.
865,000, and there'd be a separate $300,000 reduction from what was approved by the RD as a result of PNM adopting an intervener's proposal to increase their initial budget for that category. So there are a couple moving pieces there.
Yeah, thank you for that. And that's just reminds me of another point I thought would be worth making, just in the spirit of helping hearing examiners when we move forward on cases like this, when we've got an RD that has so many different paragraphs of so many different modifications of line by program, it'd be helpful to have a table summarizing the changes, especially including dollar amounts. I mean, I created my own table just to make sure I could keep track of the changes on the RD, and I'm not sure I got it right. So anyway, I know this case is one of the many that we've had multiple hearing examiners and pressed for time. And so there's reasons why we're where we're at, but I would just say going forward, when you get confronted with something similar, please put a table in the recommended decision that helps summarize everything. Okay, so getting off that point, thank you for that clarification. We're talking about two elements of reduction in this modified order. One is adopt staff's reduction of 865,000. Another is adopt staff's recommendation that was not adopted in the RD of eliminating the educational program.
And I need to return to the testimony just to confirm that staff did or did not make a recommendation on that additional 300,000. I think the rationale that staff provided when it proposed its initial reductions could be applied as well to the proposed the later proposed $300,000 increase.
And so that's where I'm getting confused is the workforce training 300,000 is in P&M's application.
Right. So specifically what staff recommended reducing is in Malden's testimony. They recommended 250K reduction from the TV and radio marketing, 200,000 reduction in person events, 105,000 community outreach, 300,000 reduction in educational scholarships, which would be the elimination of the program, and a $10,000 reduction in marketing. And I think that does imply that they would obviously not want to accept the additional $300,000 increase in community outreach that P&M agreed based on Prosperity Works suggestion.
And Mr. Chair, just to clarify, there's kind of two $300,000 figures floating around. So one was certainly included in staff's initial recommendation, the education scholarship $300,000 reduction. There's a separate $300,000 increase to that budget that was proposed by P&M adopting the recommendation of an intervener.
Yeah, and add further clarification to that, the RD includes the community outreach increase of 300,000.
That's correct.
Right, yeah, so the fact there's two identical numbers is what's been messing me up, but.
Right.
So we should be talking about this in terms of modifications to the RD. So where does that leave us then?
It leaves me with this flexibility within the total being super important.
One thought is that, so the staff did recommend the $865,000 decrease to the education outreach and marketing budget. One idea is to simply apply that to the traditional marketing and not to make the line item by line item recommended adjustments that staff made.
Yeah, I like the logic of that. What I'm struggling is if I started off with lack of accountability, then we're muddying that further by getting rid of the line items, but maybe that's what needs to happen so we can move forward.
To be clear, Mr. Chair, I'm not recommending that we eliminate the line items within the budget. What I'm recommending is that we take staff's headline number of $865,000 reduction and apply that to the traditional marketing. So it would, that 2.25 million, it would drop that by 865,000.
Okay, and then we can leave it to Mr. Martinez to see if he can draft that, allowing the flexibility to spend the money on community outreach and educational scholarships.
Commissioners, I think that's one potential path, and the hook that we would use in the statute would be one of the mandatory considerations that the legislature has given you is to consider whether the programs are reasonable and prudent as determined by the commission.
Yeah, I understand that. So then do we need to go program by program and maybe have a debate and vote on whether educational scholarships should be removed or not, and whether community outreach should be increased? I mean, it kind of feels like the answer to that's yes. And abundance of caution, that's probably the right thing to do. But
Yes, I agree.
yeah, result of that, I think, is much less than an $865,000 reduction. It's possible that that's what the result is.
I guess just to comment, I would not support the additional 300K to community outreach that was agreed to by P&M after the application was filed, and I do support at least an $865,000 reduction. So, again, my preference would be, if we're basing it off the RD, I would strike the additional 300K that was requested for community outreach. And I would take the $865,000 reduction recommended by staff and apply the whole of that to the traditional marketing budget, which in my view, the company provided no evidence that program is going to be effective.
Yeah, thank you. I think that helps me anyway with structure and how we should proceed. So let's just take that first line item. Then I'm looking at Malden Staff Exhibit JBM1. He provided a spreadsheet, and customer outreach is a category on line 45. Line 46 is TV, social media, radio, and outdoor marketing. So if I heard you correctly, Commissioner Ellison, at a minimum, it would be reduce the 2.25 million by 865,000 in line with Mr. Malden's recommendation.
Yes, it would be essentially taking his headline number and applying all of that to the traditional marketing.
Okay, so then I'd say let's just see if there's a majority of us that agree with that. I'll call it a minimum reduction, because I know you'd like to go for more.
Well, I think my response to that might depend on the community outreach.
Okay, so I think we've got understanding on line item 46 that just while we proceed, let's think about it as a minimum reduction of 865,000 in that line item. In-person events, is there anyone who's a proponent of reducing that number? There was a reduction of 200,000 proposed by Mr. Malden. I am not.
I would leave it the same.
Okay, the next item is community outreach, which was proposed at,
I believe it was proposed at 105 and then increased.
they have 405
Yeah,
that was in
and
the
then increased,
application,
yeah.
and then increased by another 300.
Oh,
No, that's not what I had. Yeah, there's confusion in my mind on that.
Yeah, it should be 405 was the original, and the proposal was to increase it by another 300
To make it 705.
to make it 705.
I guess just in the spirit of the law and, I like your let's more action, fewer words. I know that community outreach is important in expanding TV, maybe more important than TV commercials that are just more noise on top of Super Bowl commercials. So I'm a proponent of the increase in the community outreach budget.
I support that as well.
I would rather not see that increase in the community outreach budget.
Okay. And then next item is educational scholarships. I mean, I've already said my piece on that. I'm a proponent of leaving that as proposed by the company at 300,000 and not eliminating the program.
I support not eliminating that as well.
And I guess my feeling about that is that, the statute clearly talks about education for ratepayers. This, goes a step beyond that to, really do trade school scholarships. I guess my preference would be to see an investment program that's really focused on promoting EVs and increasing the infrastructure. And I think if there's more work on the infrastructure, there'll be more jobs and people will figure out a way to get the education needed to fill those jobs. So I guess I'm not a big proponent of that individual component.
Yeah, I hear you and I understand that argument. I guess in my quest to be coherent in how I analyze this thing, I've leaned into the where are we at on the S curve. So in the world of chickens and eggs, in order to get the benefits the law wants, we need people who can install the chargers. So, I mean, that's how I got to where I'm at, but not expecting that to change your mind at all. You've got a valid, honest opinion there. All right, so sounds like there's majority in favor of the 705,000 for community outreach and 300,000 for educational scholarships. So let's go back to the point you raised, Commissioner Aguilera. Does that mean this 865,000 reduction of the 2.25 million is not enough?
I would be supportive of applying that 865 reduction to that first line item.
Yeah, would you be in support of applying more? Which I understand pushes the boat a little farther from the shore, but
I guess it would depend on how much more. I think the 865,000 reduction would leave this line item at what I think is reasonable.
Maybe 300,000 more. That would get us back to the headline budget as staff was in favor of.
yeah, I frankly agree with Commissioner Aguilera. This 2.25 is not sitting well with me. So I can try to craft a motion that describes where I think we're at, or we could just vote line by line on these items. What's your pleasure?
I think I think combining them, given that they're all under one umbrella of customer outreach.
So then my motion would be, modify the recommended decision by a net reduction in customer outreach of $865,000, which preserves the RD's community outreach and educational scholarship line items, and increases the reduction in TV, social media, radio, and outdoor marketing.
I second. And, you know, before we vote on that, further clarification that the reduction would be applied to the TV, social media, radio, and outdoor marketing.
Thank you for that clarification. Any possibility you could read that motion back, Mr. Cameron?
I'll do my best, Mr. Chair. So this is the second amendment to the original motion, which was to adopt the recommended decision. This amendment 2 would modify the original motion adopting that RD by a net reduction in outreach of 865,000. And preserving the community outreach and educational scholarships, and as a result would increase the reduction to TV, social media, radio, and outdoor marketing.
Just to add clarification, the community outreach would increase by 300,000 to 705,000, and then the traditional marketing would need to drop by 1.165 million to get us to that $865,000 reduction.
We all feel like we know where we're at here. Are we ready to vote? I guess is the better way to ask that question.
Well, I don't think that's how I was understanding it. I thought there would be an 865,000 reduction to the first line item as opposed to 1.6 1.1. Yes, 1.165.
And I was understanding it that looking at the total, the aim was to drop that by 865,000 as staff would do. But the way that we're doing it is different in that we're actually increasing the community outreach, but we're dropping the traditional marketing to compensate.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well, the way Commissioner Ellison just described it.
And per my understanding, then that would be a total reduction of 1,165,000.
To traditional marketing.
Yeah, just to reiterate the point, Commissioner Aguilera initially made that that's line 46 on staff exhibit JBM1.
Okay.
All right, it sounds like we're ready to vote. Could you call the roll, Mr. Cameron?
Are we voting on this amendment or on the?
We're voting on this second amendment
amendment.
to the party.
Okay. Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
The second amendment to the original motion to adopt the RD with modifications passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Then I'll propose we stay in this alternate order and go to section 1. That's the EV purchase rebate. I'll actually, at this point, I'll just turn it over to Commissioner Ellison. You can pick which item you want to take next, since you worked hard on drafting this alternate order. And if you've got something other than section 1 or 2, or you've got other things you want to talk about, defer to you on where you want to go next.
Are you happy to talk about the EV purchase rebate section? You know, my preference would be to strike that. It is a benefit for 225 customers that costs $900,000. So my first concern is that it's a very concentrated benefit, and you know, for those who point out it is a low income purchase rebate, I would like to observe that the monies come from a tax on all consumers, including low income consumers. So we're taxing many low income consumers to benefit a very few. You know, that's my first concern. My second concern here is that in general, I think the best fit for an electric utility and a transportation electrification program is investment in electrical infrastructure, charging infrastructure. And I see the vehicle purchase program as going beyond that. And I would prefer that that not take place.
Thank you. You want me to go next, or would you like to take a shot? Okay. I hear that, and frankly, I have struggled the most with this item of anything for exactly the reasons you said. Where I'm landing though, however, is in support of the program. And it goes back to what I was saying earlier. I reflected on the S curve and where we at. The issues you mentioned were raised in testimony and rebutted pretty effectively, I thought, by Prosperity Works. And so then it goes back to this chicken or the egg question, which is how do we get the benefits unless there are vehicles on the road? There is a large segment of PNM's customer base that might not be able to access the vehicle. So we've got to have the whole ecosystem to get the whole benefit. I've also dwelled quite a bit in this concept of, if I were designing this, I would have designed it much differently, but is that a reason to oppose it? And I'm landing on no. How I would have designed it differently is, for example, there isn't a residential line extension rebate. So if you're low income and you own your home and you're a Lyft driver or Uber driver, you should be the kind of person that this program should reach. But if you have a big cost on a line extension upgrade because of where your house is and you're on one of PNM's full feeders, this program doesn't give the opportunity to invest in that thing. And in that world, you're not benefiting the one person who bought the car, you're benefiting the whole feeder. So you're opening up a whole feeder full of potential low income, regular, not low income customers that then don't get stymied by PNM system in order to install a level 2 charger. So I would have designed it differently. And so I got over that again by looking at where we at on the S curve. The item here in the alternative order about the federal tax incentive, that was also effectively rebutted in testimony. So in order to get the benefit, all customers need to be able to participate. So that's why, big picture, I'm in favor of the program. Another item that is in testimony that I think was important for me to remember when I was evaluating this whole thing is going back to your 40% of this budget is overhead and O&M. The fear I had was that's the only money I guarantee is going to get spent, So you could end up with 100% of the budget, because the 60% requires customers to participate and use the program, so. Treating any one of these items as a fact that the full budget will get spent is again an S-curve question. So I was discounting the importance of the dollar figure, knowing that, because like I say, I fear that just because there's a vehicle rebate out there, if you still can't afford the charging, you're not gonna buy the vehicle, so. So anyway, having spent a lot of time gyrating on this one, I'm landing in favor of the rebate as proposed by PNN.
Well, I will say that I did not have the same hesitation here. To me, this is well within the statute, and I think that going back again to what I believe the legislature is telling us here is to consider low income and underserved communities. And I think this is a valid and impactful program to do that. And so I, also was not persuaded by the arguments that were proposed against this rebate, that there are federal tax incentives and others. I think this is a worthwhile program, and I'm also not persuaded that it's only 225 low income applicants that are being impacted, because in fact, I would counter that my concern is more with what is being offered for businesses in terms of and the fleets, which I calculated to be about over 4 million of this budget. And if I understand the writer correctly, 80% of that is being paid for by residential customers. And if anything, I would say that the rebates here are not enough, don't go far enough for the low income customers. So, but I do think that what has been proposed here by PNM is reasonable, and I support it.
Any questions or follow-up on discussion? I mean, I think I heard 2 points well made. Hope I made my point well. And then if there aren't any, if you got questions for each other, let's do that. If not, then I guess, do you want to test a motion to eliminate that program?
Yeah, I think I see where this is gonna go. I would mention that I do think this vehicle purchase program does increase complexity and administrative costs. You have to get into, does a plug-in hybrid count, and does this model car work? And so, and having to deal with car dealerships, and so it definitely increases the complexity and administration costs, which is another reason I'm not in favor of it. So I will move to strike the low income EV purchase rebate program from this application.
Okay, I'll second that motion just so we can vote on it.
Commissioner Aguilera,
No.
Commissioner O'Connell,
No.
Commissioner Allison.
Yes.
The motion to strike this portion of the of the order fails 2-1.
And then again, your pleasure, Commissioner Ellison, if we want to take the remaining item from the alternate order, or if you want to pick anything else from this list.
I suppose that would be the market transformations line item.
I'm looking at section 2, managed charging pilot. We have not
Yes,
discussed
yes.
that. Okay.
Happy to discuss that. The $100,000 passive charging pilot was not adopted by the RD. What remains is the active managed charging and the $500,000 administrative overhead for the charging programs. I do note that folks who sign up for Whole House EV have a cellular interval meter, and that the company is getting a good deal of data from the consumer on charging habits. My concern with this active pilot and the administrative overhead is really the following. I do agree with staff that at this early stage in EV adoption, that the effort should really be more focused on infrastructure build out and getting folks to adopt EVs. This program is not directed towards that, and it feels like it could scare some people away if they feel that they're not in control of their vehicle's charge level, that it may not be ready to go when they need it to be ready to go. And perhaps I am not certain of the details of the charging, but I would be concerned if someone's on the Whole House EV and wants to benefit from low rates at night, and the utility decides they ought to be charging in the middle of the day when rates are going to be a lot higher. So I would hope the program is not structured that way, but I didn't really see information about that. And I think the $500,000 level of admin overhead is high. So, I think for their next application, transportation electrification program application, that this may indeed be appropriate to raise at that time. But I just think it's premature given the number of EVs that we have at this moment.
Yeah, I went first on the last one, so I'm going to give you the opportunity.
Okay. I guess the first thing I want to say is that it took several reads to really understand what the active and passive charging was. And I was confused about what rate. It says that P&M would be able to control the rate and timing of the charge. And looking into the record, it wasn't really clear. And I believe what it means is that by controlling the timing, it will, P&M will be changing the rate that the customer is paying. If they're on the Whole House EV rate and they're charging, at 11 p.m., they would be charged that rate. If they're charging at 5 p.m., then they would be charged the appropriate block rate at that time. So that is how I'm understanding the proposal. I wanted to mention that first because I saw a lot of discussion about, you know, P&M managing the rate and timing of the charge, and that just did not make sense to me for quite some time. In any event, I think that this pilot is definitely worthwhile. When I look at the statute, it's asking for rate designs or programs that encourage charging that supports the operation of the electric. I'm sorry, that supports the operation of the electric grid. And I think this is what this program is intended to do. I hear the concern that P&M could choose to charge a vehicle during the day, but I think that decision would be made because perhaps there are additional renewables. There's more solar during that time, and that's why it's appropriate to charge during that time. Likewise, if they're charging at night, you know, maybe there was a high peak during the day, and it's more appropriate to, I think usually they should probably be charging at night in order to optimize the capacity that customers are paying for. And so I think this is a worthwhile project, pilot, excuse me, to support. I think P&M needs to have this in order to better understand the capability of this program in general, and to be able to optimize the use of its resources and load. So I am supportive of this, and I would not eliminate the active managed charging pilot.
Yeah, I'm in support of it again, because I read the law talking about creating these system benefits. I think this program is kind of on the bow wave of a lot of electrification ideas that are coming. And so, and it's optional, right? So, again, maybe people won't participate, to your point, Commissioner Ellison. If they do, we're going to learn something that's going to be valuable in some way or another for all these future different rate design programs that I'm expecting to see. And so just shout out to workforce again, if you're interested in this world. Rate design is going to be a really interesting topic over the next 5 or 10 years. So I'm in favor, just because again, it's in this, it hits what the objective of the law is. It's limited, it's a pilot, it's optional, and hopefully we learn something.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up. I certainly do recognize that the law does bring up the using EVs and to the benefit of the grid as a goal. My feeling is that we're unlikely to get many applicants, but the administrative cost spend is a sure bet. So that $500K is going to be spent regardless of whether we get 1,000 applicants or 10 applicants to this program. So I again, if I had an EV, I would be thinking, gee, do I want to accept a $75 check in exchange for, not really knowing if my car is going to be full when I need to drive, or if it might be charged in the middle of the day when I'm going to be in a block 3 rate as opposed to a 3 cent a kilowatt hour rate at night. So I do see the value of something like this going forward. I just think it's too early and would rather see it in the next application.
Well, I also want to note that there are parameters that the user, the customer would be able to insert as to when they need their vehicle and the level of charge. And so I think that protects them in a way from having absolutely no control. The other thing is that I see this pilot as an innovative way to potentially displace additional capacity by giving the grid operator the tools it needs to manage the system with some of the other endeavors that the legislature has told us to move towards, like the RPS requirements. I think that we need innovation, need to be open to innovation to give the utilities the tools that they need to ensure that the grid is reliable and price is affordable. So I think I hear your point about the administrative budget being 500,000. I continue to think that it's worthwhile.
Okay. Commissioner Ellison, do you want to pursue a motion to eliminate the managed charging pilot?
I think I'll pass on that, Mr. Chair.
Again, thank you for sharing your thoughts, and like I say, points were all well made. I've picked some things to talk about. Commissioner Ellison's picked some things to talk about. Commissioner Ellison, do you have any more items on that recommended decision you'd like to talk about? Either reinforcement or potential modification?
Was that for me or?
Yes.
Okay. There is one thing that, actually a couple of things that I wanted to talk about. Along the lines of what I just explained, and I apologize for not bringing this earlier when we were talking about the EV rate, but it appears that the requirement for anybody who receives the EV rebate to sign up for the whole house EV rate program was eliminated in response to, it was limited in the RD in response to some of the interveners' concerns. I'm not sure I would have ended up at the same place. I think that if a customer is receiving this rebate, I think a reasonable condition of that would be to avail themselves of this price signal that the whole house EV rate program is offering. I think it's an incentive to charge during off-peak, and which helps the grid overall. So in my view, if somebody is receiving this rebate, they should be required to sign up for the whole house EV rate. That doesn't mean they have to receive the additional rebates if it doesn't make sense for their situation. So the additional rebates being installing a level 2 charger and a rebate for the charger itself. But I think that this incentive is it's not only an incentive, but I think a reasonable requirement if the rebate is accepted.
I would like to respond to that, Mr. Chair. Yeah, a concern brought up in the record was that for customers who have solar and are on net energy metering, that the whole house EV rate is not attractive because they can't use their credits they earn during the day for the whole house EV rate at night. So effectively, if we require a person who gets a charger subsidy to join the whole house EV, we're really excluding those net energy metered customers from getting the charger rebate. So, you know, I'm in favor of not requiring the person who gets a charger to sign up for the whole house EV rate. I do think in most cases it's going to be to their benefit and they're going to want to do that, but I don't think that we should force them to do that. And you know, on this whole house EV topic, the RD here expands the whole house EV program cap by 4,500 people to get at I think it's 9,900 would be the new cap. And it was unclear to me, you know, there is an allocation between those who have gotten a rebate on a charger and those who have not. It was not entirely clear to me where the RD came down on that particular issue. You know, my proposal would be to completely eliminate this distinction between those who have received a rebate and those who have not received a rebate. I think that, you know, there are many people who have EVs who have put the charger in with no rebate who would like to join, but who are prevented from joining by this, you know, program cap for non-rebate customers. And, you know, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to even have that distinction. I would just, you know, completely eliminate the distinction so that any EV owner could apply for the whole house EV rate. And just because you've gotten a subsidized charger doesn't mean that you have to sign up for the EV rate. I would also not increase the whole house EV cap by another 4,500. I think we're at about 1,000 now, so we're well below the 4,900 cap. You know, my feeling is it's premature to increase it to 9,900. Also, I have to admit that I think the level of subsidy is too high for this program. I think the 3 cents a kilowatt hour at night is causing other ratepayers to subsidize EV owners, and I understand it's not really within the scope of today's decision, but I would rather see that rate to be, you know, perhaps the same as a block 1 residential rate, so that essentially if someone is normally in block 3 because of their EV and other consumption, if they charge at night, they're back into block 1 territory. Or you know, we're just an alternative is just to look at a time of day that works for everyone. So, you know, I guess that's just, you know, an additional observation, but I guess my main point here would be to eliminate this rebate versus non-rebate allocation.
Commissioners, if I could just interject, just to, there are a couple questions at issue in this discussion. One is whether EV vehicle purchase recipients should be required to sign up for the whole house EV rate. Another is whether the recipients of charger rebates should be required to sign up for rebates. And then there's a question of how should those whole house EV slots be filled. Just to clarify one point on the question of the EV purchase recipients and the requirement to sign up for that rate. The way I understand it to have worked initially is that recipients of the EV purchase rebate, except for those who are living in multifamily housing, would also be required to sign up for the EV charger rebate, which carries the requirement that you sign up for the WHEV rate. So when you eliminate the requirement that the recipients of the vehicle purchase rebate also sign up for the charger purchase rebate, that transitive requirement of signing up for the whole home EV rate also is eliminated.
Yes, thank you. That's what I was understanding as well. And I thought, part of the argument was just because you receive this EV rebate doesn't mean you have to sign up for the charger rebate, because you might be in a situation where you cannot install a charger or don't need one. And that part of the argument where the RD came down on, I'm okay with. The part that I have some trouble with is not encouraging the use of the whole house EV rate for such customers, because I really see that as a tool to help P&M manage the system in a more optimal way by providing a financial incentive to encourage night charging instead of peak charging. And so that's really the part so thank you for explaining the link. I think that link was undone when the charger rebate was no longer a requirement. And so, and to Commissioner Ellison's point, I was not aware that a net metered customer would not be eligible for the whole house EV rate. I also do not want to preclude a net metered customer from availing themselves of the rebate. And so perhaps we could include a carve out that says, if you're, I don't know, we can something to the effect of, if you're a net metered customer, then you do not need to sign up for the whole house EV rate. If you receive the EV rebate. And so I guess that would be my proposed solution there, because I also do not agree that it would be correct to preclude a net metered customer from having that rebate. As to the distinction between the now moving on to the whole house EV rate, there's kind of a cap on the number of customers who can sign up who do not receive a level 2 charger rebate. I also would be fine with eliminating that distinction, because I don't think it's necessary for the similar reasons that the RD came down on, whether so many rebates, I'm getting confused, and I apologize if I'm mixing them up. But I would be in favor of eliminating the distinction as well. And then just, general response to the whole house EV program, respectfully, I disagree. I think that sending price signals are an excellent way of incentivizing customers to manage their load in a way that favors the grid overall.
Thanks to both of you. I think that's very valuable for not just this moment, but as people are moving forward. And like I say, we aren't even talking vehicle to grid yet, going back to Super Bowl commercials. So the world of ideas and innovation and pricing designs that are coming at us is big and interesting. Also don't want to forget that we've passed some motions to modify the recommended decision, but what's hanging out there is the motion on the floor, right? Which is adopt the RD as modified. So that's been moved and seconded. I think we still need to vote on that. And then I guess before we vote, I just had a couple more wrap up thoughts. One of the things that, I talked about how I tried to use S-curve concept to be coherent in all of this, where I was at when I came to this meeting today. Another point to make on the S-curve is as soon as we hit the inflection point and we're on the leg that's heading up, you might throw this whole plan away. So all of these things might not feature in the next plan filing. That's a point that one of the witnesses made in testimony. I agree with it. And so I think that's also something for people to think about when they're choosing how to spend this money. And, that the ethic I wasn't seeing here on the admin in general is something I heard, frankly, when I was working in utilities, which is spend every dollar as your own. That's not how this got presented.
I would like to make a motion, Mr. Chair, if I may, that I move to eliminate the distinction between rebate and non-rebate customer allocation for the whole house EV program.
So I am supportive of that as well. I just want to double check whether the RD already accomplished that or not.
My understanding is that the distinction is maintained, but again, to give you a firm answer, this is something that I'd want to look back. And just as a kind of general comment, if the commission would like to modify aspects of, for instance, the WHEV rate, that might be something beyond the scope of what I'm going to be able to accomplish within this meeting.
I do recall this conversation coming up in the record. And so maybe if we can check, I think that would be helpful. I hopefully I am not misremembering, but I think PNM was supportive of that as well. Take that with a grain of salt, because
Kapoloff, I believe, was arguing for an increase in non-rebate customers in the allocation, and this would just take it a step further and just eliminate the distinction.
So can we, upon checking, can we come back to that motion? Is that okay? I would like to move to require anybody who receives the EV rebate to sign up for the whole house EV program with a carve out for any net metered customers who may not be eligible for the whole house EV rate.
I would like to clarify, Commissioner Aguilera, I'm not sure that they would technically be ineligible. It's just that they probably wouldn't find it advantageous.
And then we're getting close to needing a break. And so I'm confused as where we're at, that you made a motion. I don't think it was seconded. you've made a motion.
Yeah, so I made the motion because we just finished having the conversation and I didn't want, you know, I don't know, a break to get in between it. And Commissioner Ellison's motion, I think we just need to double check on before we vote on it.
Okay, so Mr. Cameron, Mr. Martinez, do you understand Commissioner Ellison's motion and what Commissioner Aguilera just said about?
So I don't know that or I don't recall that the WHEV distinction, eliminating that distinction, was that voted on? No.
No.
Okay. And then a bit more clarity on the EV requirement would be helpful as well. I mean, one potential path is maintaining the carve out that was proposed for which recipients were required to sign up for the charger rebate. So rather than you kind of skip the requirement of the charger rebate, but you would replace that with kind of the transitive must sign up for the whole home EV rate. Would be one way to accomplish that.
Yes, so you don't have to apply for the charger or installation rebate, but you do have to apply for the whole house EV rate that is applicable between 10 PM and 5 AM.
And I'd want to look into the mechanics again of whether that would work, but because it is essentially replicating a prior requirement, I think that would be, we could do that.
Can you follow that, Commissioner?
And Commissioner, that would be for those who receive an EV a rebate for purchasing an EV?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I understand.
Okay, so now it feels like we've understood the moment we're at. I'm going to make a motion to postpone this item until we get to the end of the regular action items. So that's my motion, postpone the item on the floor until we've concluded the rest of the regular action agenda. And the idea there is we can postpone this item, take a break, do the rest of the agenda. This will buy Mr. Martinez time to answer the questions that we've got, and then we'll bring it back and ask you to report out where you're at.
Sounds good.
So I guess I need a second to postpone,
That's a motion to table, Mr. Chair.
to postpone. Postpone to a certain time.
I've got table on mine, but we'll go with yours.
My name was published in 1954.
I second.
Comment. Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
The motion to postpone / table this until after we hear the rest of the agenda passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Then I'd also now say, it's noon, 12:15, or is that okay? I'd say let's take a break till 12:15. Come back with Mr. Fisk and his prodigious All right, we're back. And then before the break, I got the agenda wrong as per usual. So, next item in utility matters is actually utility matter A1. So Katie Lane from, OGC's office is going to do a presentation on Southwest Public Service Company's IRP.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
The docket before you right now is 23-00073 UT. It is, it concerns SPS's 2023 IRP application / notification to the Commissioner. This IRP comes before the Commission under the new IRP rule, which was amended in November 2022. Under the new rule, it sets out a facilitated stakeholder process in crafting the IRP, and it carves out a less of a role for the PRC than previously. The IRP was reviewed by the Commission staff, and staff found no deficiencies in the IRP and recommended accepting the IRP. But staff also added a few recommendations, specifically with follow-up information. Additionally, this IRP before you received robust public commentary from 6 different entities, and those were Interwest Energy Alliance, Louisiana Energy Services, New Mexico Large Customer Group, Occidental Permian, Sierra Club, and there was also an open meeting last week with presentations regarding this docket number. Before the Commissioners, the Office of the General Counsel have drafted 2 orders, one accepting the IRP with a note from staff with regard to additional information, and it cites, there's a note that says staff and SPS will work together to work on the recommendations. A second, not alternate, but order number B is the same, more or less the same order, but it has specific language decreeing that SPS provide an updated statement of need at a later date.
Thank you for that presentation. Any questions, comments?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a few comments. I've proposed this language around reporting from SPS on the IRP, which, you know, essentially builds on staff's request for a statement of need that is closer to the actual date of the RFP. We know that SPS continues to work on its forecasts and communicate with customers, and given that quite some time has passed since they initially filed this IRP application to when they actually will do the RFP, I agree that it makes sense to get an updated statement of need. It is not expressed as a condition here. There was some concern around the language of our rulemaking. It does not expressly allow for, nor does it exclude the possibility of a condition being placed on acceptance. This in this draft order, it's not expressed as a condition. It's expressed as a reporting requirement. It does go a step further than what staff said. However, in that it asks for more specificity around the resource categories, the quantity of resources and the resource categories. One frustration I have with this IRP, we know that this is the first one in the new process. I think a lot of the idea behind this new rule was to really tie the statement of need to a resource procurement. And in the rule, it expressly says that the statement of need should be an amount to be acquired. What we have here is a statement of need with 3 different load forecasts. We have 4 different technology options. It's really hard to say that that the statement of need identifies an amount of resources that will be procured. To be honest, I was on the edge of saying that the statement of need is deficient because it does not specify an amount and instead gives us a number of scenarios and a number of ranges. At the same time, I am sympathetic to the utilities wanting to put out an all source RFP and to have some flexibility to choose what is going to be the least cost mix at the time. I'm also sympathetic to their great need to procure resources, and am hesitant to put up a roadblock that would, by making a formal deficiency determination that would really slow down the process. So, really the order that I'm proposing, I see as somewhat a middle ground that would approve the RFP, yet require a more specific statement of need closer to the date of the actual RFP issuance.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, so I agree with updating the statement of need before the RFP. So I like that addition in the alternate order. And so to be more specific, that's a sentence that was added to paragraph 18 and what I see also as the first sentence in decretal paragraph C. Beyond the first sentence in that decretal paragraph, though, I'm not sure that I agree with including that. And I think that the way that SPS filed the statement of need is appropriate, and I did not think that it was deficient. And in particular because, well, the rule says that the statement of need shall not solely be based on projections of peak load. I think that if we adopted this sentence, it in a way conflicts with this statement in our rule. The other thing is that the utility here is proposing a plan for things that might happen on its system in the future, and so there is inherent uncertainty in that, and so for that reason I think that it's appropriate for the utility to consider various scenarios. On top of that, some of these scenarios were proposed because stakeholders asked for them. And so I think it's appropriate for the utility here to consider them, seriously consider them as a part of the statement of need. And so I guess I would not be in favor of that second sentence in decretal paragraph C.
Yeah, I guess I got just some more fundamental questions than that, like. I'm looking at this additional requirement against the rule. And first question is, what are the consequences if the requirement isn't met? And then the next question is, there's a sentence that says should be narrow enough to be meaningful. Well, that's kind of subjective. So meaningful to whom? I mean, I took that to mean meaningful to me, but I'm not planning to bid into their process. And so the next step in this process is an RFP. When I go back and look at the rule, they're supposed to file the RFP in the docket. And so then the RFP will be an update in their articulation, at least, of statement of need. And then we're going to have a market monitor who's going to look at that RFP and give us comments. So there's things that address what I think this is getting at that are already in the rule. So adding anything additional, I'm afraid, just creates a confusion and conflict. Because like I say, next step is draft an RFP, assuming this we approve moving forward. Next step is a draft an RFP. The order that is in front of us says any updated information provided pursuant to staff's recommendation should be filed in the docket. So we're going to get that. We're going to get RFP. We're going to get a independent monitor to look at the RFP. So that's my narrow thought is I'm opposed to doing that because there's no way it doesn't conflict with the rule just by being, if it's well written, then it's just duplicative of the rule. I'm afraid it isn't exactly what the rule says, so it creates confusion. And then the next point is this is a long process. In addition to these scenarios were provided by stakeholders, they also reflect the uncertainty of the moment. We were talking about S-curves earlier on transportation electrification. Same thing's going on in the Permian Basin in terms of electrification of the oil and gas facilities. So which of those scenarios is the one that will show up at the back after the RFP is really the most important scenario. It's not put a stake in the ground right now. It's have the result of an RFP that meets what looks like is going to need to happen. And I think if I'm reading this right, we're at least a year away from that. So forcing false precision just doesn't feel right to me. So having said that, I'm more in favor with just the direct, let's just approve, accept the IRP, have staff's recommendation of that information filed in the docket, and then leave out this additional requirement.
Yeah, okay, so the things that you mentioned, it does make sense why we would, I guess what I was thinking is that SPS would go back and update the forecast that it's going to use before the RFP. That step made sense to me. But I do see now how updating the entire statement of need, if we just say that, that's not a step that is recognized in the rule. And I see how that would cause confusion because then do customers again get to comment on that? Do we have to approve it again? And so we're accepting here's something that will then be revised. And so I do see that concern. And so I was, as I said when I first started this comment, I think more what I was thinking is simply that the forecast that SPS will use before the RFP should be updated. Which is still a little bit subjective, right? Because we have, SPS essentially explained during the special open meeting that they plan to use the middle one. Yeah, so I see how just saying statement of need broadly is problematic.
And then my thought is, in order for them to have a successful RFP, and that's on them, not on us, they're gonna have to communicate to bidders what they're looking for. So that's why, rather than dwell on statement of need, I just say, I want to see what you're telling bidders in your RFP, and we can compare that to the IRP, and we're gonna get that without requiring it based on the rule.
I guess my concern here is, the rule specifies that they need to specify an amount in the statement of need, and then they need to go procure that in the actual procurement process. If they had a statement of need that says we will procure between 0 and 10,000 megawatts, then it essentially tells us nothing except that they've got the license to go do an RFP for whatever amount they choose. And I don't think we're quite at that stage here, but we're kind of coming close to it. And my concern is that I don't, this being the first utility that has gone through the new IRP rules, I don't think such a broad range of possibilities was something that was contemplated with the rule. And it effectively removes commission oversight, in my view, for the amount that's procured. So of course, there's going to be a monitor for the RFP process, but I think the utility is going to say our statement of need has this range based on what we've learned about customer demand. We're going to choose the top of the range or the middle of the range. We don't actually know, but once they've chosen, the oversight committee entity is just going to say, okay, that's the number. Now I'm going to make sure that your procurement process is a proper one. So, I'm just concerned that we are losing some oversight over the actual capacity amounts that get procured in this process when the utility gives us a broad range like this in their statement of need.
So how do you square that with the action plan item C in the rule? It says action plan does not replace or supplant any requirements for applications for approval of resource additions set forth in New Mexico law or commission regulations. So I guess what I'm questioning is, why is it so important to have a finite number today? There's nothing I'm going to do with that information.
Can I add to that? Because there are other steps here in 17.7.3.12. Prior to utilities commencement of RFP solicitation, the utility shall provide the commission, the independent monitor, and parties with the documents and contracts that constitute the RFP solicitation, And then there's time for comments, and additional process.
I mean, sure, we can comment on it. You know, what the utility does with those comments is another issue. And the action plan, to me, looks like just, you know, we will do an RFP. We will choose the winner of the RFP. It doesn't really commit them to anything beyond, you know, a set of steps.
Well, PUA requires them to have a system to serve customers. And that's bigger than this rule. So if they don't have resources that they need to provide a safe, reliable, affordable electric service, they've screwed up fundamentally. So to me, that's what propels the action. This rule is just a way to guide the process so that it's transparent to people along the way. And so in my mind, what we're doing now is just verifying that something transparent happened and we have staff's concurrence on that. So going forward, there's a lot of work to do. They've got to do an RFP. They're going to have to consult stakeholders with that RFP. They're going to have to file that with us. We're going to have an independent monitor watching through the RFP. Then they're going to have to come in with requests to approve resources. So again, knowing a number around statement of need or even prejudging what that resource mix right now feels wrong to me.
I guess what I expected out of a statement of need is something like, you know, we've got 3 different projections for load. We've got 4 different technology mix assumptions. The path of no regret or least regret is X, you know, because of there's uncertainty, we're not going to overbuild. Because there's uncertainty on the technology, we're not going to do these technologies. But, you know, there's a certain package that is common to all of these, and you know, we're going to implement that. And sure, we may do some corrections up or down based on pricing, but you know, this is our strategy. And you know, I didn't really see that. I saw, you know, here are our different load forecast scenarios. Here are these different technology mixes. Here's a whole different bunch of different resource acquisition possibilities. Here's your statement of need. And we're going to pick what we want to pick when it comes time to do the RFP out of that. That was my take.
So you want to pick which scenario they use?
Well, I want to have a strategy articulated, and only under questioning was it revealed that the can't remember the name of the scenario now. The middle road forecast scenario was actually going to be used. Before that, we didn't know whether it would be the electrification or what it would be. So yes, I would like more clarity on what the strategy is.
Well, I think that's what I'm saying will happen before the RFP under 177312C and D is an opportunity to see a more narrow strategy and opportunity for comment.
Any more discussion or questions?
I do have some questions on a different topic and just more procedural. rule strikes, the process laid out in this rule strikes me as different than kind of what we normally see. I did, and so the order that we have doesn't summarize the comments. And I'm wondering if, I know we've considered them, I've read them, you know, we've talked about them, but they're not in the order. And I'm wondering if it's because of this provision here that states that written public comments shall be made part of the utilities IRP as addendums. I guess, you know, just general curiosity about why they're not in the order. Because, I mean, this is different than, you know, like something that has a hearing where, you know, comments are addressed and there are exceptions.
The thinking behind this, the way it was drafted was more of a, we were moving towards a more of a concise order than a summary of all the procedures. But I also appreciate your comment. Would it be something you would like to see going forward?
Well, you know, normally we distill and summarize the comments in an order. I understand that they're in the record, and also that they will be a part of the utilities IRP. I would prefer to have them in the order as well as something that we are recognizing.
I could redraft it to include a summary if that would be something you would like to see.
I think that would be appropriate, but you know, I'd love to see what my fellow commissioners think.
Yeah, the only thing that worries me about that is we're up against time on this one. I think we have to vote today or lose the ability to vote. So I understand what you're saying about wanting a summary. We might be able to get to a point where we agree on the therefore ordered pieces and then delegate to one of us to issue single signature order that includes the summary. So that's an offer if we want a summary. And then big picture, you know, something that you said, Commissioner Ellison, wholeheartedly agree with is through this whole process, the utility is getting bombarded with comments. What they choose to do with it is their choice. And so I think what I hear from your concern and I see I've got my own list of concerns is lack of focus or lack of specificity around strategy or plan is a lost opportunity. You know, that IRP gives the company a structured world in which they can converse with regulators, stakeholders, people that are going to get affected by plopping a generation resource next to their home or business. And whether they choose to take that opportunity or not is on them, and the consequences are on them. So having this enormously broad range, first of all, is going to make it hard for them to do a good RFP. If they don't do a good RFP, it's going to make it hard for them to get their resources that they need approved for us. So that's where I'm coming from, and why I'm on the opposite side of which order I want is I want to make sure that is clearly communicated, that it is the company's responsibility to do this. Yeah, I feel like if I'm demanding you meet my specifications, then they're working for me, not for their customers. And I don't want to feel that way. And then just add another thing on the pile that they've received comments. I would recommend they listen to them. If you look at the modeling approach in this IRP, SPS is in last place in New Mexico in terms of doing a good job of modeling risk and other considerations that are going to be forefront with variable energy resources. I mean, both PNM and El Paso do a better job of modeling than SPS does. So that's the kind of thing they can choose to listen to what their customers are telling them and do a better job with their modeling, or deal with the fact that they're going to have a messy, contentious, hard to get across the line resource approval process that frankly, then the consequences of that fall on them. So anyway, that's, I think I may be oversimplifying it, but that's how I see myself wanting this order that says very little versus the alternate order is, it's just, I agree, they didn't really sharpen the pencil hard enough, but that's their problem, not mine.
Well, I guess my overall feeling here is that, you know, I still would like to see an updated statement of need before they do the RFP. It would at least give us a heads up of what they're looking to procure, and it would not quite be, you know, we've done, you know, it wouldn't be placing us before the fact of going out for an RFP quite as much, in terms of what would be the consequences if they don't do this. You know, I would say it would be the same as if we require a utility to do any kind of informational filing and they choose not to do that informational filing, it would be the same level of consequence. So I would just feel more comfortable with that additional feedback prior to the RFP. And again, you know, given that this is the first integrated resource plan after the new rule, and given SPS's great need, I don't want to declare a deficiency here, and, you know, really getting this additional information would just give me an additional level of comfort that I know what they're going to do with the RFP. So that's really my rationale behind proposing it.
And that just gets me back to not understanding what the difference is between what you say you would like to see and the fact that we're going to see the RFP before it gets issued.
Well, you know, I think, you know, I'm not sure that we would see an updated statement of need. I think we would see, you know, this is what we want to procure. But I'm not sure that we would see the statement of need that we could compare against the procurement. Right now, we're going to compare the statement of need that we have against the procurement, and the current statement of need is a range so wide, I'm not sure it's that helpful.
Any more comments or questions, discussion?
Yeah, I'll just,
Somebody propose a path forward?
well, for the item that I raised is what I was going to comment on. You know, I'll trust the process here. I think that, yeah, I recognize that this is not the end of it. This is, you know, really just the beginning of the process. I do think that at some point we should include a summary of the comments. I guess I just want to, you know, if we don't include them here, I think that is not ideal, but it's fine. I, you know, mostly want to communicate that I've read them. You know, I know the utility has read them. And, you know, for the interveners' comments, as you said, Chairman, it's on the utility, right? Because this is their process to consider them as they deem appropriate. And so, just to clarify for our council here, I think I'm fine with them not being included in this order, but I do think we should formally include them in some commission order.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will see to it that it is in the future. I appreciate the comment.
Okay, I feel like we need to vote on, and it sounds like some form of accepting the plan is on the table, so the debate is around the form that has, you know, the original draft of the order accepting the plan or the draft that was provided as an alternate. Sounded like there might be edits needed for the draft proposed as an alternate, so that's what I'm trying to decide what to do next.
Well, after this conversation, I think that, well, a couple of things. One of them is what I was thinking would be prudent would be for, you know, before the RFP is issued, for the utility to conduct another analysis. You know, there have been instances where that hasn't been done, and it wasn't favorable to the utility. So I guess I would encourage them, even if we don't include it in this order, to you know, conduct another update, as has been commented on by some of the interveners. I think that, so you know, Commissioner Ellison is raising very valid points. I think the process here includes a step for the assurance that you're asking for, Commissioner Ellison. And so I don't deem it necessary to add the additional statements. So I guess with that, I could you know, vote for some modified version of the alternate order, but I think the original order is acceptable to me as well.
Well, and thank you for that comment, because maybe it clarifies the issue I'm having. Is my reading of the process is there's a humongous analysis coming. That what the analysis that created the document that's in front of us has to get redone after bids are received. And so from that point of view, the information is superior to anything that can be done now. Might also be more clarity on, say, is electrification happening? So it might even shift you to a different scenario. So that's what I'm questioning, is the value of doing anything other than seeing a clear statement of what they're asking for in an RFP. But if the concept is the analysis has been done and we're just picking which brand of beans we want to take off the shelf, I would agree with that, but I don't think that's where we're at. I guess if I'm reading that wrong, I'd like to learn that.
Commissioner Aguilera, if I could ask, is your primary concern with the formal statement of need? Would your preference be to have more of an informational update rather than a formal statement of need?
So yes, the formal statement of need, because I am concerned that we would be confusing the process by adding another step that is not written into the rules, and then sort of what comes along with that. If a new statement of need is filed, then do we have to go through this all over again and allow for comments and accept it? You know, I guess I see more concern now if we require an updated statement of need, because we're considering one right now, and if we end up accepting it, we would then be telling them to update it and then would not have the ability to review it again. And so I am, I think, satisfied with the steps that are written into the existing IRP rules, which I think would provide similar information. And I think we've also provided comments that are hopefully useful in terms of guidance for the utility.
But I guess Commissioner Ellison, would you like to revise the alternate order and move that? Or if not, then we can just move the other version.
Commissioner Ellison, well, were you going to revise it? Or,
Well, I was gonna suggest maybe something that would address the formal statement of need, concern, and perhaps I don't know if Ms. Lang has any suggestions, but instead of requiring a formal statement of need, maybe we could ask for the same information contained in the statement of need, sort of an informal statement of need for informational purposes. Would that resolve your concern?
well, I actually was going to make a suggestion, if perhaps we could frame this in terms of the RFP documents that are written into the rule. If maybe we could say something to the effect of, when filing the RFP documents required pursuant to section 177312C, SPS should explain and then go into what the information that you would like to see, Commissioner Ellison.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? I was just distracted.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
If we could include something to the effect of, when filing the RFP documents pursuant to section 177312C, SPS should explain, and then we could include the information that you are seeking. And that way we sort of stay within this process and provide guidance as to what should be included in that future filing.
So that SPS would explain how the RFP relates to, say, an updated statement of need.
May I interject? I'm just a bit concerned that that would go back to our original concerns about adding conditions to the order that the rule neither excludes or allows us to add. I wonder if we can somehow incorporate the issue of the statement of updates on the statement of need in the decretal paragraph B, where we say updated information provided pursuant to staff's recommendation should be filed into this docket, including an updated statement of need, which I suppose it's neither here nor there, but it would seem less like a conditional sentence.
So your concern is that that it sounds like a conditional acceptance, is that?
It could be construed.
I was thinking in terms of providing guidance for the future filing that hasn't been submitted yet.
And I did want to ask as well, the paragraph B, any updated information provided pursuant to staff's recommendation should be filed into this docket. So that by itself doesn't require an informational filing. It just says if there is one, it should go into this docket. Is that correct?
Correct. And part of the staff's recommendation was an updated statement of need, perhaps not as concise as your verbiage, but they did recommend one to be filed at a later date.
Just saying that paragraph B doesn't seem to require the utility to make that filing.
Correct. That is my reading.
I think the information that you're wishing to see, Commissioner Allison, is all valid, and I think it's information that we need to see. So I'm okay with some approach in providing guidance to the utility so that they're aware of the information that at least part of the commission is seeking.
And if we need to change the, statement of need to something like an informal statement of need or an, informational equivalent of what's contained in the statement of need. I don't know how to word that precisely, because I understand Commissioner Aguilera's concern is not wanting to have a second statement of need out there. And my concern is just getting the information.
Yeah, and that's why I go back to my original solution that perhaps it could be part of that filing that is required already under the existing rules. The next filing.
I mean, that would be fine with me to say something like, along with the RFP notice of RFP filing that the utility shall include an update of the information included in the statement of need that it relied upon to formulate the RFP.
Well, I guess in that case, I would move to adopt the original order with an additional decretal paragraph that reflects guidance as to what is to be included in the RFP documents that are required pursuant to 17.7.3.12C, and then to add the language along the lines of what Commissioner Allison just stated.
My second.
Did you get that? Okay. Um. And I guess we're ready for a vote unless anybody has something else to say.
Commissioner O'Connell,
No, and I'll explain that.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
The motion passes 2-1. The motion to adopt the original order with the new language.
And then I know I don't expect that this rule is perfect. I expect we're gonna, as we get through the process, have been through the process, we're gonna see things that need to be changed in the rule. So I don't like masking anything in the rule by editing it as we go. I think that makes it hard then in the long run to do the cleanup that I'm expecting we're gonna need to do. Having said that, this seems pretty benign, and again, it'll be infotainment, but not have an impact, I think, on how the process plays out in the long run.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. So we have our next two agenda items are Mr. Fisk's. I've had a request for people need time to actually eat some lunch. So now that you've gotten all the way here, Mr. And I'm not sure you eat, Russell. Do you just drink that all day? Okay. So anyway, hold on, Russell. I just want to, if people want to take a break to have a little more time than we had before to eat something, we can do that now. Or we could go ahead and let Mr. Fisk go and then take a little bit of a break before we call Mr. Martinez back. So what's your pleasure, I guess, is my question here. I mean, my vote would be, let's go ahead and hear from Mr. Fisk. Getting your steps in, Mr. Fisk. Okay, so first up is case number 21-00258. Fourth hearing of the State Rural Universal Service Fund rule.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. So we, as you noted, we have discussed this matter at two previous open meetings. So the only thing I'm going to say as an introduction is just that what has changed since the last open meeting, February 8th meeting, which this was discussed. And that's basically what is in the email that I sent to you on Tuesday with some additional proposals by Commissioner Aguilera, because he had some additional proposals the previous for the February 8th meeting, and then there are a couple more as I described in my email. And Commissioner Ellison had a couple of proposals and I provided those on Tuesday. I provided them as changes to the amended rule. I did not provide revised versions of the order itself, simply because I felt that you probably had enough material to look at. And I can, depending on what the commission adopts today, I should pretty easily be able to make the changes to, the versions of the order that I provided previously. I can do that, within 10 or 20 minutes, depending on how many changes there are. So I can easily do that for this open meeting. I guess at this point, I'll just turn it over for any questions, because I described the new proposals in that email, and I don't really have anything to add to that. So I think I can just take questions if that's all right.
I guess my question is, could you highlight anything you see as a conflict between what Commissioner Aguilera or Commissioner Ellison provided? And if there's no conflict, could you suggest a way just to merge those two?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, both Commissioner Aguilera's proposals and Commissioner Ellison's proposals are perfectly acceptable legally. I think they're very reasonable policy decisions. Like I said earlier, I think in the first meeting where we discussed this, there are a lot of possible policy choices here which are perfectly acceptable. So we could do, if we accepted, if the commission accepted Commissioner Aguilera's proposals, maybe the ones that were already proposed last week regarding latency. And Commissioner Ellison would add, wants to add the same language, so that already is would work. And then Commissioner Aguilera proposed definitions of area underserved and area unserved by broadband, which is really very, very close to what OBAE proposed. Not identical, because it would still include the language about, you know, what does it mean that a household has access? It would still include that from the current rule. It would increase from 50% to 75%. The definition and the definition for area unserved, and provides a clearer definition for area underserved. I think you recall at the last open meeting, simply explaining the definition I had provided for area underserved got a little confusing. So I think this is a clear definition. Commissioner Ellison's proposed changes are in different areas, so there's no conflict between these at all. Commissioner Aguilera would also, as was discussed last week, increase the minimum speeds for the proposed projects to from 25.3 to 100/20. But with the carve out that was described last week, where an applicant could put in their application, explain why it's impracticable to serve a particular area at 100/20. And I did look and I had Mike Ripperger look as well to see, because this is kind of modeled on the idea of what the federal agencies are doing with regard to the Infrastructure Act. We were informed by OBAE that there's that 100/20 are the minimum speeds, you know, for a project that will receive money from the federal government, but that there is an exemption or waiver process. I couldn't find, I don't know if there's still rulemaking going on at that level or what. Neither Mike nor I could find like any particular criteria that have been adopted. I think that's simply saying, you know, we need a showing that it's impracticable to serve the area would be, I think that would work. I don't think we necessarily need to be more specific. In fact, it might be better to be more flexible if an applicant, you know, wants to describe the terrain or how far apart communities are, or why the soil is too rocky for fiber to the home. So I think actually having a more flexible impracticability standard could work very well. What has been added since the last open meeting is that, as was discussed at that open meeting, Commissioner Aguilera did want to include a minimum speed for those projects that are exempted from the 120 requirement, that they would have a minimum of 25.3. Where Commissioner Ellison's proposal, I already discussed the latency requirement. He wants the same language that Commissioner Aguilera proposed, that OBAE proposed, which comes from from federal programs. And then regarding the prioritization factors, you know, the current language that we have is flexible because it says the commission will prioritize unserved areas over underserved areas, except where other factors come into play. For instance, in the past, the commission has made an exception for, there might be a project that serves an unserved area, but it's at a very high cost per customer. And so, you know, this commission and the previous commission would sometimes put a project serving an underserved area above, it would rank that above more expensive one serving an unserved area. The Commissioner Ellison would state, you know, that will be one factor the commission will consider. And he states as a factor, not a, you know, like a prioritization requirement. So the commission could be flexible. And then also add service speeds as a factor that the commission will consider. And that way, because under Commissioner Ellison's proposal, he would keep he would keep what was in my initial proposed rule, which was that the minimum speed wouldn't increase from 25.3 for a new project to 120. It would stay at 25.3, but Commissioner Ellison would take it, you know, say, well, we're going to take into account if you're going to provide higher speeds. So there is one thing that's different between Commissioner Aguilera's and Commissioner Ellison's proposals, and that's with regard to whether the minimum speed for a proposed project would increase to 120. Under Commissioner Aguilera's proposal, that would, but there'd be a carve out. And then under Commissioner Ellison's proposal, it would stay at 25.3, the minimum, but it would be noted that, you know, higher service speeds, you know, might help a project get approved.
Thank you. So, commissioners, did you hear something different than what you believe? And if you do see conflict between your two, any guidance on how we can merge the two suggestions?
You know, I guess the thing that is different is, you know, the minimum speed that would be required. You know, I was seeking to improve that to higher speeds, again, because of I believe that if we encourage higher speeds, I think that improves the ability for people in rural areas to work remotely, do remote education or telehealth, and those opportunities that are necessary to have the speeds that are necessary to have more opportunities. I can see the arguments against increasing the speed, which is that, well, you might leave some areas behind. And so you know, I appreciate what Commissioner Ellison has done here. I think this could work for me as well. So I mean, I'll make a decision here, but I'm having a hard time feeling strongly one way or the other. So I don't necessarily see a conflict because I am open to both options.
Yeah, my problem is I didn't appreciate that there was a big difference. It kind of looked like two ships passing in the night, but
Yeah, I mean, I think one of them says this is the minimum speed you need to have, and the other one says we might consider speed as we're determining which projects to select. I think that has the same impact of encouraging project developers to submit projects with higher speeds, and gives us more flexibility in terms of which projects we end up selecting.
You know, really, I didn't have a real problem with anything in Commissioner Aguilera's proposed rule. My only feeling was that it would be, rather than say here is this high standard. And if you can't meet it because you're in a rural area, then here is this exception process that, it might be cleaner just to leave the status quo with the speed requirement and to take speed into account in the decision-making process, just in terms of, reducing bureaucracy. So that was really my only thought. And I think, we're in agreement that higher speeds are better than slower speeds, and that we don't want to exclude projects in rural areas if they can't meet this 120 requirement. I think is just about the cleanest way to get there. And I don't have an issue with any of your other proposals.
I think I believe that this change would be a logical outgrowth of this process. And so I'm fine with it. I just, it's not something that was specifically discussed. Is that correct, Mr. Fisk?
Yes, Commissioner Aguilera, that is correct. I also, that is the correct test to apply as well. Because when it comes to the issue of whether there is sufficient notice for due process purposes, what is compared is the proposed rule that was issued in the NOPR, plus other content of the NOPR that says what the scope of the rulemaking is, versus the amended rule that is actually adopted. Whether there was notice to the public in general of what might be considered in the case. And I think here, because these recommendations for changes to speeds, et cetera, are being brought by OBAE to coordinate, and though they're not required for coordination, as I state in the order, we don't interpret it as being required by OBAE, because OBAE, for instance, last year was okay with the application, all the applications, even though some of them had lower speeds. These are things OBAE has suggested as ways to coordinate, and the main purpose of this rulemaking is to coordinate, create a rule that requires coordination as per the statutes that were passed in 2021 with OBAE and the council, Connect New Mexico Council. So this is very much part of that. It will bring us, to the extent that the commission accepts OBAE's recommendations, may make it easier to coordinate or more in line with what OBAE wants to do in the future. So yes, I would agree.
Okay. Well, I do think that Commissioner Ellison's version provides us more flexibility, although I think we already have this flexibility in the existing language, but perhaps it just, highlights it more. Commissioner Ellison, I don't know if the chairman has any thing he wants to discuss, but I'm certainly willing to entertain a motion if you would like to make one, Commissioner Ellison.
Well, certainly, one approach here could be to, merge the two and really retain everything you've got in your current order, except put in this revision in terms of the speed and, taking into account the speed in the decision-making process.
Right, so we would eliminate then the changing of the minimum speed to 120, and then we would add your proposed revisions to that state among the factors that the commission will consider when selecting proposed projects for funding are the download and upload speeds that a project will provide, and whether the project will serve an area unserved by broadband or an area underserved by broadband, with a corresponding deletion of the last sentence in that same section.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I would move that that's what we do. That we adopt Commissioner Aguilera's proposed order with that change as to the minimum speed requirement, and that addition to the factors that will be taken into consideration in making a decision on projects.
I second.
Yeah, and then just Engineers Week comment, it feels like we've successfully circled the drain here, so. Can we take a vote?
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
The motion to adopt the order as amended by Commissioner Aguilera's suggestions passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your work on this, Mr. Fisk, and patience through the process.
No problem. And Mr. Chairman, like I said, I can make the changes to the order that would correspond to this. There'd be minor changes really, and just do it without showing to the commission again, or I can do it, right now during the meeting if you want to see the language again. This would just be in the order in those parts that concern these parts of the amended rule, just saying, but the commission is adopting, this definition, just making it consistent. That wouldn't include a lot of additional language, but I can do it during this meeting and read and send it to you if you want to see that.
That would be great. I think we've already voted, so what you can get is a nice proofread before you send it to Lori Ann.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda is case 18-00214.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, just to confirm, so you want me to go ahead and just do the order? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, do the order, and if you're not confident that you faithfully did what was asked, please send it to Commissioner Aguilera or Ellison or Judy or Cynthia, or somebody.
Yeah, there won't be any problem, so I'll just go ahead and do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so moving on to Rosa Joint Venture. So let me just get that in front of me. All right, so and the commission's last or most recent order in this matter, the commission granted staff's motion for a verified status report from Rosa Joint Venture on regarding the status of the water system itself, as well as the status of any progress on the closing upon the transfer agreement that it was approved by the commission 2 or 3 years ago. That was provided by Rosa Joint Venture. Let's see what the date was. It was in October of last year. I apologize for the delay in bringing this back before the commission. Obviously, there's been a lot going on. in the verified status report, Rose Joint Venture responds to staff's inquiries. The first being about whether all conveyance documents needed to execute the agreement have been duly delivered and recorded. Rose Joint Venture makes a claim that the order issued by the commission on June 15th, 2022 modified the terms of the transfer agreement unless RJB requested that the documents not be recorded. That was an order by the previous commission that did not directly modify the terms of the transfer agreement. It just required, since there had been such a delay, Rose Joint Venture take some additional actions, because Rose Joint Venture remains in charge of the water system, and some of the problems were getting worse, have been getting worse. So-
Sorry to interrupt, but this is like second or third time we've had Rosa joint venture, so I think,
I can skip that.
yeah. I mean, don't reread the discussion that's in the draft. order.
Okay. No problem. So Rosa Joint Venture suggests a mediator, at least for a particular part of the case. I think that's a good idea. From the status report that was actually filed by Rosa Joint Venture, it does appear that through the engineering firm that they hired, Souter Miller, there has been some progress made on the two major regulatory processes that they need to go through. So it doesn't seem that, in the past, Rosa Joint Venture has really been obstructionist or refused to take action due to internal partnership disputes. But it does sound like they are making some progress. I think a mediator is the right way to go, because that person could, speak to both sides whenever needed, would not be affiliated directly with the commission. There wouldn't be any ex parte problems, and could simply keep on Rosa Joint Venture, over whom the commission has jurisdiction. And I think somebody hopefully would also participate in any mediation, and just get them to keep moving week by week, month by month. I think that is the way that this might finally get done.
Thank you for that presentation, and I agree. I was read through the documents and convinced that a mediator is a next step worth trying. Do you have any discussion or questions for Mr. Fisk? Then I'll move that we adopt the potential order in this case.
A second.
Commissioner Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
The motion to adopt the order passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Fisk, as always. Okay, so now we're at a point where I think we've still got a ways to go in this meeting, and so I was gonna suggest that we take a 30-minute break and come back at 10 after 2. So that's 35-minute break. And then we'll pick up with where we left off with Mr. Martinez, who's already here, so.
Great.
Thank you. All right, welcome back. We are resuming our regular open meeting for Thursday, February 22nd. We are still in the regular action item portion of the agenda. We had postponed or tabled discussion of case 23-00195 UT. We're gonna pick that up with a report back from Mr. Martinez on having heard what we think are elements of the final order. You were gonna do a little bit of research and give us some advice on how we can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So commissioners, I have some bad news and some good news. The bad news is that I'm not going to have a completed order for you to put eyes on during this meeting. That being said, I'm going to have what I think are going to be specific enough parameters that are going to allow you to give me some very clear marching instructions. So what I thought I might do is summarize what my marching instructions are so far, and then discuss a little bit the two additional topics related to the WHEV modifications to the RD. Okay, so summarizing what we've done earlier, we're going to adopt section 3 of the alternative order and its discussion of reducing the administrative budget. There's also going to be a reduction from the RD to the budget for education, marketing, and outreach of $1,165,000. Unlike staff's recommendation, that budgetary reduction is going to be allocated entirely to the TV, social media, etc. category. Okay. So that leaves kind of two remaining categories for discussion. The first was the WHEV rate, who's eligible for it, whether there's a cap for non-rebate customers and whether to eliminate that cap. And then the second one is given the RD's elimination of the level 2 charger rebate requirement for recipients of the EV purchase rebate, whether the commission wants to try to maintain the requirement that those recipients use the WHEV rate or agree to use that rate. So I'll address, unless there are any questions, I can go ahead and address kind of where we are on each.
Please proceed.
Okay. So in terms of the caps on the WHEV rate, we're in a good spot there. The RD, as initially proposed by PNM, the caps and distinguishing between those who were charger or who were non-rebate charger rebate recipients and those who weren't, those caps were maintained. However, Heidi Pitts in her rebuttal testimony and also during the hearing, the public hearing, clarified that rather than having those caps, PNM instead proposed having a 10,000 total eligibility cap with no distinction between the charger rebate recipients and those who were not charger rebate recipients. And that was the proposal that was adopted by the recommended decision on page 54. So there's no action required to eliminate kind of the distinction between rebate recipients and non-rebate recipients. Okay, so on the second question, requiring use an agreement to use the WHEV rate for recipients of the EV purchase rebate. I'm going to start by kind of clarifying where things were as proposed, and then walk through how to think about maintaining some kind of requirement along those lines. So as proposed, there was in effect a requirement for EV purchase rebate recipients to agree to use the WHEV rate or the managed charging program. So it was an either or, and the way that worked, as we discussed, is kind of transitively through the requirement that those recipients also needed to get the level 2 charger rebate. So with that rebate being eliminated, or that requirement to also get the charger rebate being eliminated in the RD, the transitive requirement of the participation in either the WHEV rate or the managed charging program is eliminated. So mechanically, it should be doable because we're essentially replicating the requirement as proposed by PNM. The RD removed the charger rebate recipient requirement out of concerns that there might be some eligible customers who would not qualify for those EVs, or excuse me, who would not qualify for the charger rebate recipients, who might otherwise qualify for the purchase rebate. There may be, some class of customers who similarly will not be able to qualify for the WHEV rebate. And one reason for that is that rate requires the installation of a cellular meter. So there's still maybe some customers who are not going to be eligible for that, but it is kind of a medium between what PNM initially proposed and the complete elimination that WRA and CCAE were looking for with the elimination of the charger rebate. Here, the RD eliminates the charger rebate, but the commission could still require the participation in the WHEV rate. And I'll open it as a question to the commission if there's interest in requiring participation in either the WHEV rate or the managed charging program, and that would most closely mirror the program as proposed by PNM, or just limiting it to the WHEV rate.
Well, thank you for that very clear explanation of what transpired, from the original proposal to where we are now. The one question that I have, I guess, is, and it's okay if you don't know the answer to this, but why somebody would not qualify for a cellular meter?
I can't speak specifically, but one of the justifications for WRA and CCAE's opposition is that for people who are tenants in landlord-owned buildings, the landlord can control whether that charger is installed, and I'm not sure, but there may be similar limitations on what kind of metering is allowed to be installed at the residence.
Yeah, and those I think are valid concerns that I agree with. And I don't think that this, my suggestion to move any customers that receive the rebate to the whole house EV or the managed charging should create a barrier from them receiving the EV rebate. And so that's not my intent at all. So I would be glad to, I guess, recognize that fact in the order and, somehow create a carve out such that if the customer does not qualify for either of the pricing programs, then they don't need to sign up for them, if that makes sense.
I think that's something that we could accomplish. one aspect of PNM's counter proposal to the charger rebate requirement was some kind of carve out for, if you can't get this for whatever reason, there would be some kind of removal of the charger rebate requirement. And I can look into some kind of similar carve out for this rate requirement as well.
Right, PNM had proposed, I think like the customer submitting a letter from the landlord or, or maybe just a letter from themselves explaining that they did not qualify. I did not think that was unreasonable. I found that to be a pretty reasonable solution to the concern. But I think at this point, I'll, before I get too far into it, I'll open it up to see if my fellow commissioners have any thoughts. Well, actually, before I do that, I want to reiterate, I think the purpose of my suggestion, which is that I would like to financially incentivize the customers who take the rebate to charge during off-peak areas. I think that is an important component to this proposal because it achieves the goal in the statute to include rate designs or pricing programs that help the operation of the electric grid as a whole.
Yeah, I want to reiterate thanking you for brilliantly summarizing where we're at. I realize I should have, before we even got started, just reminder where we're at in the process of the vote for this, that we've got a motion on the floor that's been seconded to adopt the recommended decision as modified. We've approved 2 modifications. We're debating a 3rd modification. Is that correct? Okay. And then sounds like, do you need just a motion on this 3rd modification, or do you need more help with the details of what that looks like? It sounds like you do need help in terms of rolling back to the company's proposal. Has some complications that were pointed out by interveners, but there was also a process to deal with that complication. So if we just agree that the proposal with their process to deal with complications is acceptable, is that enough? Because then the motion would be to modify the RD to instead adopt the company's final position on this issue.
I think there are 2 decision points. One is whether the commission wants to require the WHEV rate alone, or the WHEV rate or the managed charging program as alternatives. So the WHEV rate and managed charging programs as alternatives, I think, would most closely resemble the initial requirement, because those alternatives were what were available for participants in the charger rebate. So that's kind of decision point 1. Decision point 2 is, and I'll clarify that there would already be one carve out for this requirement, that it would not apply to customers living in multifamily housing. And then there's a question of whether there's a second carve out that's desired, and kind of the contours of that carve out.
As to the first one, I don't think it has to be only the whole house EV rate. So for me, it's perfectly fine to include the managed charging program as an alternative. Again, because I think it meets my goal of helping the operation of the electric grid in terms of when a customer decides to charge.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, one of the big takeaways on this was level 2 charging and incentives or control that allows the grid benefit to come through is important. So, I mean, I was looking for that in every single one of these program elements. Commissioner Ellison,
Yeah. I might ask more questions. So just so I understand here, so the initial proposal from the company was that if someone got an EV purchase rebate, they would have to get a level 2 charger with the rebate program, and then that would force them into the whole house EV rate or the managed charging rate, correct?
That's correct. So the charger rebate requires an agreement to enroll in the WHEV rate and or the managed charging pilot program.
But as it exists in the RD currently, that requirement on getting a level 2 charger with a rebate is gone.
Correct.
Right, okay. So I would, really not be in favor of putting this additional requirement on customers that get a rebate on a EV to that they would have to sign up for the whole house EV or managed charging. I think that in the overwhelming number of cases, there's plenty of incentive for an EV owner to sign up for the whole house EV rate, and that we don't really need to impose that requirement. I think anybody who sees it in their interest, which is going to be most people, are going to want to sign up for the whole house EV rate. And I think we're imposing unnecessary bureaucracy here when we say, well, if you can't become a participant because of meter issues or other issues, that you can write a letter, you can, I just think it's administratively burdensome and overly complicated. I really do think that people are, capable of making this decision themselves, and we should let them do that. Our primary purpose here is to promote electrification of transportation, and this just seems to be excess bureaucracy. And I would even go a step further, and I would sever that link between the level 2 charger and a requirement to go on the whole house EV rate. I also think that anybody getting a subsidized level 2 charger is going to want to be on the whole house EV rate. And the only reason they wouldn't is if the program is filled up, or there is some other reason that would not make it advantageous for them. So I just see this as sort of unnecessary bureaucracy.
Well, Commissioner Ellison, I think that was eloquently explained and persuasive. I think you're right. I think that the whole house EV rate is beneficial to the customer, and they do already have an incentive to sign up for it. I guess thank you for that explanation. I'm convinced, so I'll withdraw my point.
Okay. So I think what I've heard is, and I'm not gonna push this ball up the hill by myself. That we're not entertaining a third modification to the RD. Is that a fair summary of where we're at?
I did just have one other question. My understanding is that the initial proposal for the company was to not expand the number of whole house EV slots, but that it got modified in the RD to the 10,000 customer limit. Is that correct?
I need to go back to the proposal and testimony, but I believe there was a smaller increase to the number of participants in the whole house EV rate initially proposed, and then a slightly greater, the 10,000 represents a slightly greater increase while also removing the distinction between charger rebate recipients and non-charger rebate recipients.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm not gonna push that point right now. It remains my my viewpoint that the nighttime whole house EV rate is too low and imposes a subsidy on other customers, but I think we can't deal with the rate in this current case.
And then after I said it out loud, I realized I didn't use great words here. That is there another modification to RD that somebody would like to propose, discuss, entertain? I don't want to imply there's a limit to the number we can do.
I have one topic that I would like to discuss. And this is with respect to the rider and the allocation of the cost. I want to point out that approximately 80%, 79 point something, is being allocated to the residential class of this entire project proposal. And I've been just thinking about what that means in terms of the incentives that they are receiving. I think there are some incentives that are clearly directed at residential customers. Some of them that are certainly relevant and that they will benefit from that are available to the public in general. But some of these, like the workplace incentives and the fleet incentives, explicitly are not available to the public, as explained in P&M's application. And so, I was adding up what some of these incentives came out to be, and it was about 4.25 million that I was calculating. And residential customers, even though they will not benefit from those, will be paying, I think, 80% of the rates to include those incentives. And I guess I wish there would have been more discussion. It was mentioned earlier that the Attorney General's office, was not a party that weighed in heavily here. I don't know that I have a specific motion that I would like to make to that respect, but I thought that it was something that deserved some conversation. And if I'm somehow incorrect in my assessment of the costs and, the allocation to residential customers, also happy to hear that.
No, I think, Commissioner, that's generally correct, that the weighted allocator that P and M applies here is principally allocated to the residential class. And I think it's their O and M allocator that they use in general rate cases. Excuse me, customer related O and M expenses allocator.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that other than just, I agree with you. Would love to get to a place where staff's role in these cases is things like taking a hard position on what's reasonable. Having looked at the testimony from the advocates and the consumer interests, so they get that opportunity. Right now, in this case, the only customer advocate was the staff witness, and like I say, I appreciate the job that he did. I guess my only thing for him is if people are, companies aren't giving him the information he needs to be able to say something's reasonable, keep trying, buddy, because we've got your back. But having said that, better world will be that there's a clear role of a consumer advocate in addition to staff in these cases.
I mean, I want to reiterate the Attorney General's representation was entirely absent. They did not participate as a party in this case. And I think, as we've said many times, this rule is new, and I think this case may provide some points of reflection for us. Perhaps the rule should have some limits in it in terms of how much, what percent can the administrative budget be of the overall budget, set some sort of a ceiling, or advertisement. I mean, obviously, they didn't do this, but the company could have said, we're going to spend 37 million on TV and radio advertisements. And I think, we would all agree that, that just would be a very poor use of funds, but, there's nothing in the rule that says that they couldn't propose that. So, I think, that there could be some value here in having some sort of a workshop or other way of really thinking about whether modifications to the rules might be appropriate, and perhaps, giving some guidance and thinking through how we would ideally like to see these programs structured. And, really, to me, as I've said, I think the emphasis should be on the infrastructure, on the public charging infrastructure, and not really spreading it thin and trying to do a little bit of everything. Putting chargers at apartment buildings and community centers and gas stations, and there could be a lot of potential here to really build out the infrastructure that we're not getting with the proposal that we're seeing here.
Iron in the ground versus TV commercials. Amen, brother. Okay, so I think we're at the point where I think ready for discussion and vote on the motion on the floor, which is approval of the RD as modified. And then I guess discussion on that is, sounds like you feel confident you can get into pulling the thing together, say end of day tomorrow at the latest. We do have a single signature orderer of the month. I'm not sure who that is. Is that you? Yeah, and actually that's pretty elegant because I'm not gonna be here next week. I don't think Commissioner Ellison's or Aguilera is gonna be here next week either. So I'd be happy to add that instruction to it too, is that having voted on these modifications, then turn it over to a single signature order to finish it with Commissioner Ellison signing. So assuming you're okay with that. Do we need to vote to make it a single signature order, or just, that's just what we're gonna do?
I don't think you need to vote
Okay,
independently.
yeah, I didn't think we did. I thought this vote will suffice for this is what it should say, but. So anyway, that's where we're at, is voting on the motion on the floor. And it's been moved and seconded. Is there any more questions, discussion before we vote? Go once, go twice. Mr. Cameron?
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion to adopt the modified RD in as written, including the two amendments that were made during the consideration of this motion, passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so there isn't, thank you. What we have next is discussion block on the agenda. There's two items, the agency budget and legislative session and review, that are pretty related to each other. So I was going to see if we could do the agency budget first and then get the legislative session and review. The item I have for myself, I don't think is controversial or big conversation. So let's put the value where it belongs and start with Ms. Mascarenas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. If Patrick would allow me to share my screen and then I can share the presentation. So I'm happy to say we have made it through the fiscal year, or the 2024 session, our fiscal year 2025 budget request. As it stands currently, the governor has until March 6th to sign the bill, the General Appropriations Act, also referred to as House Bill 2. So we are not anticipating any surprises, but at this point, I will go over as what the bill stands at this point in time. As you all know, our main goal when we built our budget request was to maintain our low vacancy levels, to build room for agency-wide professional development, to modernize the agency, and to leverage leadership opportunities for New Mexico. As recommended at this point in time, we did get our full base budget request, which we are very excited about. Also, we did as you know, we did request a large expansion. We did receive 3 of those full-time employees, also referred to as FTE and P611. That includes 2 RTO analysts and 1 compliance manager for the utilities division. We did get all 10 FTE for the pipeline safety division. However, those are federally funded, so they were a little more willing to give us those positions. So overall, here's our agency-wide request. You'll see that we did receive agency-wide an 11.4% increase in general fund. The significant increase overall was related to the federal revenue, and that is primarily due to the expansion of the 10 FTE. So the FTE are within the House Bill 2 recommendation column for the expansion. So all in all, our budget came out to about 16 million. Just for base budget, not including supplementals or special appropriations. So as we look by P code, you will see that we received a larger increase in P611 is that's where our 3 FTE lie for the expansion request. So we did receive a 14.9% increase in general fund, or a 1.1 million in between fiscal year 24 and what the current budget recommendation is at this point in time. We are happy to see that we did receive the increase in our 300s and 400s categories for expenditures. This does allow us that opportunity that we had discussed to obtain additional contracts and to provide additional training, additional travel opportunities for the employees within policy and regulation. Looking at program support, you will see that we only received a 4.1% increase in general fund in program support. However, I am happy to say that we did receive a 6.5% increase in our 400s category, which will allow a little bit more flexibility in program support going forward to provide training opportunities to the staff that fall within program support. In regards to section 5 of the bill, the special appropriations, we did receive the $190,000 that we requested of general fund for the move to the new ERB building. We received 1.5 million related to the IT modernization. If you recall, our original ask was 2.5 million. However, we are very happy with this number, and we think that it'll give us a great base to start moving forward with some of our IT projects, and then we will go back next year and ask for additional monies if needed. We did receive 408,000 related to the Diaguero versus PRC lawsuit settlement. Also, we did receive 400,000 related to Pipeline Safety Bureau trucks. Again, this is federally funded to purchase the trucks for the additional FTE that will be within pipeline. In relation to section 6 of the bill, the supplemental and deficiency appropriations, as you know, we are deficient in fiscal year 24 in our salaries and benefits category. We were granted an additional $844,000 that will get us to the end of fiscal year 24. That'll cover any of our deficits in the personnel services and employee benefits. So unfortunately, this does not cover any additional contractual services or 400's other categories, so additional travel or anything of that nature. Before I move on to questions, I just want to discuss quickly the next steps in the process. As I mentioned, the governor does have until March 6th to sign the bill. At that point in time, we'll know what our budget is, and then myself and Lori Narvaez will work to start building our roadmaps and meeting with you all on divvying up those numbers amongst the different divisions. We will be presenting the operating budget to you all in around April timeframe, and you will all have to take action on the operating budget, and it will have to be signed by the chair. And we do submit the minutes showing that the budget was approved by May 1st to DFA in order to establish our operating budget. And I know that you all went through that process last year, and unfortunately it was kind of at the tail end of the budget. So hopefully this year you'll have had more of an opportunity to really dive into this budget. I know we've gone through it once when we submitted the request, and then we'll go through it once more as we build the budget, put it into the respective divisions. And for that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you for that, and reminding us of the next steps, because I was reliving last year, and I guess I'm in a much better place than I was a year ago for what's coming next. I just did have, it's more of a curiosity question, ERB building move, that number seemed to come in, come out, come in, come out. And so if Renata doesn't build a new building, I'm gonna blame her. Does that money roll or revert to general fund? Or, I mean, what happens to it if we don't have the money, don't need to spend the money within the next fiscal year?
So, Mr. Chair, the appropriation with the special appropriations, they're good for 2 years.
Okay.
So we'll have 2 fiscal years to expend that money. If for whatever reason we don't utilize all of that monies, then it will revert to back to the general fund. At this point in time, we are anticipating to be able to utilize it. It's my understanding that ERB, their new building's supposed to be completed by March of next year. That's if all goes well. So we're kind of anticipating maybe winter of 2025 that we would move. So we are hoping to utilize that money.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a rosier date than I've ever heard, so. Thank you. Any other questions?
I'm curious, is the 190,000 sufficient for the move and for what we might want to do with that building?
Commissioner Ellison, based on the estimates that we received, we believe it'll be sufficient for the move. Fortunately, all renovations will be covered by GSD since it's their building, they will own the building. So we're hoping to start those discussions now a little bit more in March or April with GSD. However, until ERB vacates the building, there's not much we can do, but the costs to renovate the building will be covered by GSD.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of the IT modernization, I know we had requested 2.5 million, and that was based on a request for information. And so here we're receiving less than that. And I guess, is there an opportunity to, if we need more, to request more? Or, you know, how would this money be spent in terms of like a contract, or do we even know that? In other words, if we sort of identified through a process that we need 2.5 and we're only getting 1.5, how do we go from here?
Yes, Commissioner Aguilera, we did go out for RFI, request for information for the IT modernization. And in that, we were requesting information on our e-filing system, our case management system, and our document management systems. Fortunately, we believe we can sort of piecemeal these different systems as we go, and we will be relying heavily on our new IT director to be able to assess what might be the appropriate path and to start those procurements and assessing how could we utilize this funding efficiently and effectively. And we do anticipate that we'll be going back next year to request additional funding, but we hope to be very far along in this process to be able to show the legislature how much we've accomplished with the funding that we did receive and how it has significantly, we're hoping, made everyone's jobs here much easier, more efficient.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just, no questions, but I just wanted to express my gratitude to your team and to our chief of staff for all of the work that went into this. Obviously, this is critical for us to be able to operate. And so thank you for the work that you did.
I already had to apologize for being unimpressed that we had a clean audit, so. Mr. Gillespie.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I just want to wrap up the legislative session for us briefly. Thank you for the slides, Patrick. So there were a total of 72 bills that passed. And I haven't seen any bills that are signed yet. As Miranda mentioned, the governor has until March 6th to do that. It's also possible that the governor will call a special session. We'll call the legislators back for a special session to pursue some violent crime initiatives. bills, violent crime initiatives that didn't pass. So in terms of how the legislative session affects our agency, key takeaways on slide 2. Like was mentioned just previously by Commissioner Aguilera, our CFO and Chief of Staff, Miranda and Choya, they handled the budget process extremely well. I think we're very fortunate to come out the way that we did. And then in terms of energy transition bills that have passed, that's just loosely what I lumped them into there. There are several bills, including energy storage incentives, transportation electrification incentives, and solar and geothermal tax incentives. And the third large key takeaway is just that we had a very low fiscal impact report volume this past session. We anticipate that will be climbing up next session in the 60 days session. For the next slide, on slide 3, I'm highlighting HB 252, which is known as the tax package. There were several bills that got sort of coalesced into this, including industrial revenue bonds for energy storage, some tax incentives for heat pumps, the clean cars rule, and geothermal electricity tax credits, and then the solar market development tax credit changes. So those are the bills that that made it through the process via this HB 252. You can see they all have separate bill numbers here, but this is how they got eventually passed. On the next slide, we're looking at a familiar bill. It's clean transportation fuels. This one also passed both chambers, and it's on the governor's desk. It directs NMED to create a clean transportation fuel standard. It would create a marketplace for credits that are generated if an entity exceeds the clean fuels transportation standard. And then again, I think I mentioned this previously at other open meetings, but regulated utilities, they can opt in. It's not mandatory for them to participate in the standard, but they're incentivized to do so because they can use the revenue from their sale of carbon credits to fund transportation electrification programs. And on the next slide, I wanted to make a small plea for division directors and their employees to work together on legislative priorities. I've sent out a form to the agency. It's pretty simple in nature. It basically says what's the issue that we're facing and why does it need to be addressed in the legislature. It requests specific language for statutes to be amended. And I'm requesting that all those come back by April 1st. And I'll be sending out reminders on that just to make sure that we get all the input that we can. And that's it. Stand for questions.
Yeah, thank you for that update, and then interesting to see what the next session holds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner.
You're always happy that the session's over, but immediately the next session begins. Any questions for Mr. Gillespie? Well, thanks again, and congratulations on session number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
This next item was just, it was a follow-up from what we talked about at the meeting 2 weeks ago, that we'd like to have the IOUs do a resource adequacy presentation and then just add some questions on how we want to proceed with that. I thought that'd be worth having the conversation in public so the IOUs can hear it from the horse's mouths. So the big question is, should we try to put that into a regular open meeting or schedule a meeting just for that? I guess having lived through the experience of today, I'm saying special meeting. The next, so I want your opinions on that. And then when do you think is the best time to do it is the other thing that came up and why that got on this agenda here. So I don't know if you have any comments or questions. If not, I just straw man proposal is we'll have a special meeting. I think it should be in late March. I've just my personal calendar we've got a lot of conferences and those kind of things in April and May, make that pretty busy. I'm afraid March might be too soon. But we'll find a date that works, but that was just what I was going to toss out there for an idea.
I think a special meeting would work well. There's always the odd Thursday that we don't have a meeting. So March 28th could be an option.
I'm also in favor of having a special meeting on this topic. My only constraint is that I'm planning on being out the last week of March. But other than that, I support this idea.
Okay, I think that part of my problem is we decided to put this on the agenda a week ago. And I don't remember all of the questions we were asking each other in the agenda setting meeting. Do we have enough that we can find a date respecting Commissioner Ellison's vacation?
I think so, Mr. Chair.
I think so too. Okay, so that was that discussion item. And then just heads up, utilities, what we're talking about is just kind of walking through plan for the summer. What resources you have, what you're expecting to see as demand. And then I think we did that a year ago. Thought it was valuable. Okay, so next item on the agenda is communications with Chief of Staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Couple of exciting updates, mostly from the strategic plan implementation plan that's on my brain recently. I'm excited to announce we're going to be kicking off our Lunch and Learn series. We're going to be doing it monthly or roughly monthly. Commissioner Ellison has volunteered to help with that, and we're going to be kicking off with a recruit from Commissioner Ellison on March 20th with a presentation on capacity expansion planning by Mr. Cody Newland, who is a senior member of technical staff for the Electric Power Systems Research Department of Sandia National Labs. This one will be remote or via Zoom and open to anybody who's interested. Staff will get an invite. If you're interested and you're not on staff, watch our website for registration details. In April, we'll have a presentation from our internal budget team. We're roughly calling State Budgeting 101, just to go over what is a 200 category, what's a 300 category, what are the different P codes, how do we think about budget as we're moving through the fiscal year, so that there's some insight into that. Again, open to anybody who's interested. My guess is unless you work for us, you're probably not going to be that interested, but if you would like, both. And then we're looking further into May, June, July, etc., with presentations again, roughly once a month. The other thing that I would mention regarding the implementation plan is we're slightly above 50% achieving our deadlines. So we have some work still to do, but these were the early, very ambitious deadlines. And so I don't think there's any reason to be discouraged that we're not hitting all of them. We're kind of getting into the cadence of things and getting our paces set. So I think we're in good shape. We're excited about some of the progress that we've made. If you haven't checked out our intranet recently, take a gander at that because that's pretty exciting, or relatively exciting, I suppose, for certain interest groups. And I don't have anything else to update you on, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I mean, that sounds like a interesting lunch and learn. So looking forward to that. Commissioners, any questions?
Yeah, I wanted to reiterate Commissioner Aguilera's comments earlier. Job well done on this budget process. I know that was quite a slog, and you know, I think you all did a great job to get us what we've got before us. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I think this Lunch and Learn series, you know, obviously it is for the PRC, so it is what we make of it. And I think in discussions with Ms. Curry, I think, you know, it would be nice to have a balance of getting some external experts, speakers in different areas, and having folks internally who volunteer to present on a topic that they feel passionate about and that others at the PRC would like to hear about. So sort of a brown bag lunch concept that I think can be very helpful.
Thank you for the presentation. Nothing further from me.
Next is communication with commissioners. I'm not gonna say I'm tired of talking to you guys, but I'm fully communicated, I think, at this point today. Do you have anything?
I don't, other than, you know, as you said, I won't be going to the NARUC meeting in DC next week, so I know that we'll be fully represented with both of you present. So I'm gonna focus on going to some future conference.
So I will be there next week, and that was the only update I was going to give. And there's also an opportunity to meet with the Universal Service Fund Working Group. And so with the federal, obviously, side. And so, you know, if there's anything noteworthy to report back, we'll do that at the next meeting.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
A second.
And seeing no dissent, we're adjourned.